This is going to be a long video, so strap in. I at least believe. I didn't plan any of this out. So if it's long, it's long. If it isn't, it isn't. But this is the 3D printed, multi-composite, 3 combustion chamber opposed piston with rocket injector technology engine. So engine, I guess. But anyways, so something I already kind of briefly talked about, but this one's going to be a little different. This is the hydraulic fluid tech. So I have to change this. It's like this, right? Because it's like there's a lot of words here. So a good way to put this is I 3D printed things, and yes, while there are things together in the filament, okay, and there are aluminum and sheet steels with high temperature silicon caulking and some sanding and some slight, grooving in with a Dremel, and some bending to allow for things to like seal together and be slid on to like a single cylinder, and then have like the correct little area for the rotating valves that I'm going to use for my exhaust for the dead center, and the outside dead centers for the opposed piston part here, which this is going to be an opposed piston that is all one piece, that's hollow, that's going to have holes inside of the arm, the connecting rod part, that's going to have fluid, in this instance, just lubricating fluid, or the hydraulic fluid. So it's going to go in, it's getting cooled by that, yes, of course, but it's mostly so that way it'll go off to the cylinder, the piston head for the combustion zone to allow for not so much cooling, although that's going to happen. It's for lubrication of that area for the piston rings and the compression rings that'll then have the rotating valves that are there that are just constantly going to spin one direction, right? And what that means is like while it goes to its new version of middle dead center, it will then have oil come out and then it'll close. And so then it's lubricating during that other time in between. And then I use compression, really high compression, sealing rings effectively for where the outside seals are, okay? It's a simple idea and concept. Just needs to handle certain pressures. But here's the thing: for the exhaust, that it needs to have, and it has to have exhaust manifolds. Okay, like there's gonna be, so as it moves, all right. So what that means is it'll move and it'll have a sealing of that movement. So as it moves outwards and inwards, it's like during its combustion phases. So it's like, oh, during exhaust, it's like, oh yeah, no, that's open. Exhaust comes through, it has certain areas that is cooling in that given area, but then there's the exhaust area where all the gas is then going to come out, and so then it goes off into exhaust. Okay? Then as it closes, as it goes all the way to the outside dead center, because it's like, well, during that middle, it's like, right, well, we want that exhaust to be fully exhausted, but it's like, wait. So this one's a brand new type, because I need to make stupendous power from this. I was planning on, I already got it up to 150 miles an hour as a regular pedal assisted bike, but I just added a whole bunch of shit. Like this thing, it's 47 cc's total hydraulic fluid. You already know about the sealed ram on one part, so the hydraulic fluid, it goes over and it goes back in, and then that spins turbine. But then turbine also goes over to the side area. That spins turbine. That's the crankshaft there. So anyways, I already talked about that. Now I have a better way of doing that. That's in a smaller area that can make more power, meaning more torque, meaning more capture of the fluid flow. But it'll return back to, of course, where the ram is, because obviously it needs to do that. If you didn't think that was going on, now you know. It's like, how would you do that? And it's pretty obvious. Two-stroke engines work, so you're probably stupid. And there are rotating valves, so you're probably stupid. Anyways, I'm gonna move off of that. This is like I'm not gonna get into that. This is instead more about how I managed to get far more power off of the engine that I used after I built it. I'm gonna describe how I built it. I'm gonna describe how you can probably build it yourself, and I'm planning on making it myself in the future should I ever get a 3D printer and all these materials that I'm talking about. But instead, I'm going to talk about how to get the maximum power out of a rocket engine injector, which is not really an engine, it's not really a rocket engine. It doesn't do anything for thrust, it just fires in combusted gases at high pressures. That's all I'm looking for. Okay? Now, I don't need perfect stoichiometric mixes because people tend to run a bit on the heavy side to reduce heat, but then I have more than enough hydraulic fluid going around, and of course there's still pumps because they spin, and if I allow for some of it to come out, during that spin process, it then adds into a radiator, but because it got taken out, that's a high pressure zone that got taken out, but also I still have the rest of that area to try and curve in and gain back, that movement into actual workable torque movement using cavitations and so on. Doesn't really matter. Point is, it's done. On that side, this is where rocket injector goes in. Alright, so it's like first you use the crankshaft. Alright, so the crankshaft goes in from center and then it goes out. So it goes from out, from where the tank is, it goes in towards the center and then it curves out. Right, and then it's like that also helps with compression. Okay, so it's like that's a supercharger, yes, but it's cooled using gas. It's like that would, work, I suppose. Yes, it does. I know it does. So, anyways, then it goes into the crankshaft to camshaft connection. All right, so it's like that's the connection, right? And it has to spin that. So it has to have a camshaft, right? It has to have these poppet valves, as they like to call them. Now, poppet valves, of course, they need to have a camshaft. Well, I have two camshafts, but it's like I don't really want camshafts. So it's like I don't really want springs. So I have this air spring like they use in Formula One. It's just a given sealed environment, and then and that's just aluminum sheet that's cut with some caulking and high temperature silicone caulking, and then some sanding, and then an O-ring or the right seal kind of stuff for that part, and it moves it down, right? It has to move it down, but it's like I have hydraulic fluid to begin with, and it was like, well, that's for intake. No, it's like no, what am I doing? I have rotating fucking ring valves. So it's like, this is stupid. So I got rid of that, and I made rotating ring valves, right? And so it's like, as they move open as they spin, then they move to an open position. But like the hydraulic fluid and the spring, of course, then makes it so that way it opens up further or less. And so as it spins faster to higher RPM, it's going to open for a longer duration, and so on and so forth, for more valve area exposed and for a longer given duration, meaning it'll slow down and be resisted until it eventually finally closes. That's its duration. But that's fluid. Hydraulic fluid, it has to go through like a shock, and then a spring, which is like as the spring, the shock part, then it drags it over, but then it's like that's the spring that'll try, which is actually a vacuum now, and so like that'll move back. So it's like that's during, given the pressures I put in there, all right, that allows for a diaphragmic and a seal to allow for, as it spins, it'll open up more or less the faster the RPM goes. Okay, so pretty simple stuff. But we're talking about the rocket injector, but I need to describe that because it's like that's kind of how the rocket injector works here. So it's like that camshaft, that's a pump. Alright, like that's a pump. Like I don't need anything doing spinning, like increased spinning, but for pumps. And so like those are going to take a outside and inside. So like a stator area that's basically stood still, like like props. They have props here and the stators there, and then it's like, oh, it spins faster, but it's not really. It's just less overhead. It's more efficient. Blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. It's a bunch of whatevers to me. It just means that it now happens to sound a lot less violent and loud and produces more thrust, which is great. But it's like, you know what that means for me? It's like, here's some fuel that I'm spinning using these blades, right? And it's like, then I have the stator area, of course, but it's like, well, I already sent a bunch of air there. And it's like, right. And I already cooled it, right? But it's like, there's nothing saying I don't have to have it such that the little combustion chamber also spins. So it's like, these are connected little suckers, effectively, and then they're just going to go through, right? So it's like, they'll go from this ring, and then they'll go down, like kind of like a radiator almost, to where the stators go through them, of course. And then that's where the fuel comes in from the center, and then it goes outwards. And then it dumps into this as it spins faster, making pressure. But it's like, well, now that spinning part from the fuel, and of course there's the rotating part, that you have to rotate to make this happen, now then goes into the chamber. So that chamber is another version of like, hey, so this is a kind of teardrop-ish shape with a, let's put it this way. There's a cone. It's an arrow spike, effectively, that as it spins, it then flings out from the fuel that, of course, got pumped into it from the center, and then air that's getting pumped into it from the outside, but also not so much. Okay, so like, here's a good way to put this. It's like, as it's rotating, the air goes in towards the cone, but then that's where the little stators are, right? And it's like, and then that's going to dump it in. But it's like, this is spinning out, right? But it's like, there has to be something that's connected to that, right? It's a combustion chamber, all right? So it's like, that is where the center out and then out in comes in. So it goes center, and it's like, this is at this pressure, and then it gets sent through a ring little manifold, and then it goes over. And it's like, that is now a bearing, because it's a fluid bearing. It's an air fluid bearing. Now it's balanced. Goes in, has much higher pressures, and it fires it in constantly, continuously. All you need is a little spark, and after that, it keeps itself hot enough. Now, this is why I talked about it a little bit previously before I made this video, and then I got all stimulated. I was like, might as well fucking record this. Okay, so it's like, a good way to put this is, I got some fire bricks, but not fire bricks. I had to find clay, and then I had to get ground fucking like glass dust from beer bottles and shit, and then I had to get like some fucking like some that kind of stuff, right? And it's like, and all that means is like, well, now I have an impressed upon mold, right? I have a mold, all right? So it's like, well, okay, sure, but do you? And it's like, yeah, no, it's fire brick, so it's fine. It's got glass. It's like, depending on the ratios you use, and then it's like, no, it's also got to have charcoal in it, because you need that. You're gonna need that because you want silicon carbide to be able to handle the higher heats that you're gonna put through this, and it needs to be really, really non-porous. So it's not going to be as fire bricked as you thought. So it's like, a good way to put this is like, well, now I'm going to have plates of ceramic, right? So it's like, this is where the fire brick goes into. And it's like, okay, but then, wait, what? And it's like, yeah. Give me a second. You're going to learn about this one, kid. I guarantee it. All right. I have to put in metal, like a lot of metal dust shaving crap. And then I also have to put in a bunch of fucking broken rocks, like literally. Not even a joke. And it was a fucking shit show. But it's like, that'll be good enough, except for it's not. So it's like, I have to then mix it together with a burning away material here that's plastic. So this is plastic bags. I have to mix up a bunch of plastic bags with coffee grounds, old ass coffee grounds, and then I have to stick it together. And then it's like, as that burns away, and as the glass, then tries to get into those areas along with the metal and everything else, it produces a highly reduced porous material with the carbon and everything kind of combining and making it all stick together with the regular clay that's going to be used. It's very high temperature resistant and insanely smooth. But we're not there yet. Of course, I have to carve this shit out with Dremels and shit. So it's like, all right, so I got the basic impressed mold part, right? So I have to stick this on top of that, you know, and so like that means it's a negative impression, you know what I mean? But it's not really, okay, because like there's the outside and then there's the inside, and then I have to stick this one. So it's actually all of them together. It's both the negative and then the positive, and then I screw these stupid suckers together. And because I have steel, you know, basic sheet steel, and some silicon, and some aluminum. You know, silicon's, if you didn't know, this shit called glass, effectively. Certain glass is more silicon, and if you rip it out using electricity, so if it like you put a positive and negative for an AC, and then you have like the right rectifier circuitry, and then like you preheat it, and then you use forced induction, and of course you have this hot ass fucking melted, you know, steel. You add in the, you know, this combo that we're gonna use. But we're not fully done because it's like I have to go get fucking rocks and ceramic. So it's like, what's ceramic? And it's like, you have silicon though. And it's like, shut up. You think I can get done with silicon? Nuh-uh. So it's like I need to go get actual like real shit. So it's like, where's the fucking rocks that I need? And where's the plates that I'm looking for? It's not even a joke. It's like dung 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 dung. Stupid ratio gram amount bullshit. It's like the melting of my fucking, in a vacuum, by the way, because I have to have this in a vacuum, steel sheet. And then like I have some blah 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 yada yada yadas, because people probably don't give a fuck about it. But anyways, it's like, well then I have a lever, and then I'm gonna fucking press on this, and as it gets sucked in, and of course it has to be pre-warmed, so it's like this is all pre-warmed mold stuff, and I get out the lever and it sucks it in and I squeeze as hard as I can, and then it's like, right, now we have to cool it, and it's like, no, can't cool this. What? Yeah, no, it's going to take a while for it to cool off. Yeah, whole fucking thing. So anyways, as I'm holding that, I then have to tap the fucking sides for a while, and then I have to get out the whole at like different, you know, frequencies of tapping. So it's like, imagine I have a camshaft. Okay, and so it's going to tap it. And it's like, it's tapping it, and then it's like tapping it, and it's tapping it like dun 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 dun, with different, you know, severities. So decibel, like two, like that. You know what I mean? So softer and harder, right? And it's like, if I do it the right way, guess what happens? I can suddenly squeeze a little harder, and then I can cool out the outside a little bit by just blowing air over it. And then it's like, now I have a mold that then I can screw together all of these parts that are very high temperature, because they're effectively steel blended with high temperature aluminum, alloy, and ceramics, with the right holes and slots and all the rest of it that make this work, and I can just screw them together instead of having to do really crazy ass shit. And anyways, it goes in, and so like that's how I managed to get like the supercharger, and then also the turbine, because it's like the exhaust goes up, technically more diagonal up, but it goes from the center up into like the center and then out, and then it has to go diffuse, and then that causes also spin. But anyways, then it goes from the outside towards the center, so it goes up and then over in towards that center. And so like that's a really high pressure, and it has to spin things to do that. as it goes from center out and then out to in, and it has to spin doing that, and then that then goes outwards and then spins that tube that's there, and then there's the stator area, of course, that you're going to want to have, but of course that stator has to also spin, so like that's a counter rotating, so like those are those little gears that I have to make in between that at the top there, and then like same thing for that middle part that has to, anyways, point is that all of it has been combined into one singular axle, and it goes to the crankshaft. So it's like the outside that spins goes towards these, where the middle dead center is, that also spins a turbine. So it's like that goes and diverts it off towards the sides, and then those then divert from those sides, those turbines, towards the center, which then gathers a little bit left, and then like allows for a little bit of that to go get sent towards the radiator, and then it gets picked up as a sump, effectively, back in from the top. So it goes from that, it'll go from the bottom, and then it'll go up slowly with enough pressure, and then it'll go, so it's like it goes from the bottom, it fills up this whole reservoir, and then it'll go over, and then it'll bleed off the air, and then it'll start doing the rest of it as normal. So like there's a vacuum there that then starts off the process, and then eventually have another vacuum again, as like that will one-to-one it. So it's like there's more here in the other reservoir as it'll fill that up, and so that initially starts cooling it, and then it'll start the whole process again. Because then it has to bleed through the other, reservoir once it goes in, but it's like that's just another bleeder line. So it's like here's like just effectively a bigger tube, and it's only going to have it come in at the top, and then this is the tube that goes and then sends it to the return lines at the top and at the bottom of the tube here. Okay, that's an opposed piston cylinder with seals. Anyways, point is that has to send it there, right? So it's like that's just going down and then sends it to that for the return, right, near the center area. Okay, of course that spinning part also helps our camshaft, because it's like the rear here, that's where the like turbine sends it down, but then it goes from that big wide area, it goes off towards like effectively this cone shape, and then it goes like a regular turbo turbine, so it goes in from the corner, but instead of a corner it goes in from this side, curves down, and then it has to curve all the way around this curved part of this circle, right? And then it leaves, basically exiting just a little bit further past where it entered at 12 o'clock. Let's say it was 12 o'clock, and then it comes out around that 4 o'clock position, but it's bigger there. So it comes in there, and then it's like it's got to go do like the smaller area, and then it gets wider and it interacts with more, and then but that all adds to its axle that goes to the turbine there. And of course these are all connected via the rotating ring valves that I have, which are just for exhaust or lubrication pass through, right? And so like that keeps it all together as one piece with the engine block, and then there's a two, so it's like this is 47 cc's, right? It's like the seal, I already talked about that, but the arms, the forged piston arms are not really forged, they're not, it's like I got a 3D print, and I got some like material to help make it a little harder and stiffer, and it has to be hollow, and it's like I had to figure out how to do like fire hot laser light stuff, and then blow it with warm air, and then cool it immediately with colder air. So I have this spinny thing at the top, and then like that goes through electrically resistive, and then like that then blows hot air, but then I also need like light, and then it does it so that way I can do overhangs without needing to do any of this infill material, and like it's fully melted together, and then I have to fucking sand everything and put fucking epoxy and other shit. But anyways, it's like, but then I have to also put like this brass stuff in. And then so like the tube, the aluminum tube is just a sheet of aluminum that I mean it's got to be a sheet of aluminum, but it's like I have to that little thing and then rivet. But this one it can't do rivet because it's like obviously, right? You don't want that. So it's like instead I go on like the thicker part, and then these little brass nubbins I stick in studs, which is effectively what they are. So it's like I screw down, that, and then like that slides in that tube piece, and that way it doesn't want to rotate. But I have to put a whole bunch of fucking lubricate there, and I have to blow hot air around it, so that way it'll like slide in, and then it'll seal and like stick. But it's like I have to do something to the sheet aluminum that I'm using, so that way like it doesn't have that lubricant or any of the oil or any of it like really bind and make rust or anything. So it's like it's a shit show, but effectively it's just anodizing more or less with some electroplating. Yeah. Anyways, that solved that issue pretty well. But then it was like, right, I'm not done because I have to cut like a little V thing, and then I have to file this little small stupid groove so it doesn't continue like wanting to rip. And so it's like I have to beat it over the edge of like the tube, and then I have to like screw it in and have a relief, so or depressed or whatever it is, so that way it's flat. But no, that's not the end of it. Guess what? Yeah. No, for real, I have to then stick another aluminum sheet on another piece of fucking plastic that I have to print, and then I also have to have steel there, and like stud, and then bolts. And so like that's like the little cooler area, but it's not. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the supportive area to the actual tube that we're gonna use. Because it's like I need those studs, and then I need that to screw in, right? And it's like, oh god, that's a lot of work. And it's like, yeah, but it's worth it. You're gonna need that. You're actually gonna need that. So it's like then you're gonna get some bolts out. There's gonna be steel bolts, okay? I know, right? Oh, shocker! What? Yeah, right. But then you have to put in, that supportive housing, right? So it's like that has to be a regular high temperature, but it's like no, this is the filament it came with the 3D printer because I don't have money. So it's like this is what I can do, and so it's like right. So what are those steel? It's like they came from places around. Your home has steel bolts somewhere, but they're not bolts. Remember, they're the nuts. Actually, not bolts. You should use nuts. Sorry, I meant nuts. So anyways, we're gonna get out the nuts. I already have the steel screws, and like that's gonna like then basically become a stud, and so like those are the nuts, like in between, and right. Still not fully finished. Yeah, I know, right? Like sucks. It's gonna suck. So it's like I have to have an aluminum sheet on one side and the other side. Yeah, I have to bend that, and I have to get that in there. Like it's a fucking kind of a shitty shit show in a lot of ways, but you have to do it. Even if it is thick like that, you still have to do it because it's that much pressure and that much heat. You're gonna need it. Not to mention that's where exhaust areas start to come into play. So it's like that's where your holes need to be, and then you need to rotate these fuckers. Remember? So it's like this is one whole tube, bore and stroke 47cc. But it's like you need the exhaust area, and you need to rotate that ring. So it's like, yeah. So it's like those studs there, those are bearing areas. And those are seal areas for like the right little aluminum sheet, and then like the holes, and then like you can put in your hydraulic fluid. In this instance, it's oil. All oil is not hydraulic fluid, but like some is, and so you can get that because it's cheap. Everything's oil. Literally, all of it's just oil cooled. Literally that. So, compression rings, a similar story where it's like, all right, so I have steel, and so here's some more carbon. I shall forge it and then quench it, and then I shall then do this, and then I need to carbon silicon, high temperature silicon with some carbon, and then I have to heat it up and quench that, and it's a whole bunch of fucking stupid processing crap for ceramic bullshit, effectively. So I have oil ring, and now I have compression rings. But it's like, right, and so remember that tube for the hollow? It's like, well, yeah, no, that's fine because it's oil. And so it comes in, goes in, and it's like, remember that piston head? That's a spinny doodah. So it's like, look at this. This is a helical whatever screw, I don't know. Anyways, It goes this way, it spins. It goes the other way, it spins the same way. Right? And it's like as oil comes in and throws itself forward and it throws itself back, and it's like, guess what? Pressure changes then allow for this to open and this to close, which then seals up the oil coming in, but then also seals up the exhaust area through that, even though there is compression rings and all the rest of it. Anyways, rotating ring valve, another version of that, where it's like, so it's effectively like it's gonna just fit into these little grooves, and so there's like a couple. Remember, aluminum sheets is best we can do. Okay, so but they're not. So it's like this is steel. I'm using steel. So it's yeah. It's like I cut in grooves, and then it's like I bend it like this, and then it's like, guess what? This now fits onto these little bearing and the little grooves there that I have to fucking machine with Dremel and steady hand. It's not even a joke. It's like I have to. This is gonna work. Let's get out the hacksaw, fucking instead, and just sandpaper. Just fucking do that instead. Anyways. But now it rotates because, of course, I can also put it on gears on that, like little steps, indents. And indents there, then that means spinny from turbine spins the gear that is the fluidic bearing, sealed, cooled exhaust, which, by the way, has brass. It has to have brass in certain areas. So it's like it has both aluminum there, and then because it's like I need the aluminum to sit in between the aluminum. I know, like, yo, bro, I heard you like aluminum, right? But it's like no, I need that, and plus it also happens to need like these studs with like little freaking like stick it together areas. But what it means is like now it gets cooled because it's sealed between the coolant and the bearing. Because like I have to have coolant run through this, and alongside the brass that has to be around there, along with the bearing. So it's like there's a bunch of little areas there, but it means that it's like coolant comes in, which is different than the oil cooling the engine, most of the engine. But it's like this is coolant for the valve area, which we're gonna need because it's gonna be hot all the time, and that's what that is. And so like you have to get the thicknesses right here for what it is. But then it's the aluminum sheet, okay, has to be high temperature enameled, and then it has to be polished. And so you have to go through a whole bunch of high temperature enamel and then polishing. And high temperature, and so that way it's like always just very micro to milli, even whatever the smallest increment of measurement you can get. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like really smooth, and it's like it won't work, and it's like no, it'll work. Yeah, especially since like the part for the skirts, okay, and then same thing for the rod. You have to do it too. All right, and it's cooled. The cylinder is cooled, and then like that other cylinder outside of that is also cooled because you need that too. And like both parts here, those are those sealed areas, which have to put these tubes on, and you have to crank them down. That's why studs exist, with like thread locker and O-ring, and or in this instance I use silicone caulking because that's something I can find with like the right indent area for it to get in, and then freaking seal it. Anyways, so multiple layers of that, and like that area that's there for like the the thing to come in, it then seals around that little bent over part, so that way it's very basically like doesn't have a gap there. Basically, like it's there's always going to be a little bit, and it's the best I can do. You know what I mean? So it's like whatever, but it's what I've got, right? So that's what's going on there. Super, you gotta think a little bit with multiple parts, and it's like that outer part. Remember that? Like, because I need the engine. That's just the cylinder. Okay, like that's the combustion cylinder. Then I need an engine block that goes into that. So even with the seal and all that for like and I have to clamp everything, So I need an engine block. See what I'm saying? And so like engine block, similar thing, but thicker body boy. Like big boy stainless steel, my butt, I can't afford that shit. Get out the steel sheet and fucking bend with a ball peen hammer. Get out the rivets. You gotta get it all in there. And it's like that's where the turbines now. Remember the turbines? Well, it's like that's where the hydraulic fluid turbine thing starts coming in, because like instead I was able to just forcefully like pressure mold this shit for the turbine, and then like all that from in and out to in sort of stuff, and then it sends it off to the sides, and then that goes from an even larger into a even larger in its view, even though to us it wouldn't look like that. It's just bigger blades effectively with all that stuff. Anyways, point is, same thing with the tops, and then it has to return from top and bottom in back towards where the ram is. And so like those are other rotating valves. That's why it's like, if this looks longer than 47 cc, and it's like, yeah, it's gonna deal with it. Suck it up. I don't care. But they're also bigger diaphragms. This is this stroke, but like this is the bore for the ram, and then it's like it divides itself appropriately. So it's like this upward. Remember the upward, because it has the upward that has to do the thing, right? And it's like, well, yeah. How does it do? And like how does that work? And it's like, yeah, no. So like that then gets sent over to the other sides. Instead of like having to have it like then get curved downwards, I was like, fuck this shit, I'm not doing that. I'm out. This is bullshit. There's no way. This goes over to the sides instead of like opposing sides. It goes over to the sides, and then it goes and spins those, which then returns them at the top. Okay. So it's like those sides are where our crankshaft really is, right? And so like that, because it has this big old flywheel turbine over here, and then the fluid that has to keep moving, and then like all the fucking valves that are there. So it's like that's a whole huge amount of mass that's constantly moving, which is like a flywheel. That's lubricated, by the way, and 1-to-1 like a coupler turbine thing. So like, anyways, put some magnets and some coils in. Except no, I fucking got rid of that. Like, I'm not even kidding anymore. It's like, okay, so this is the pump, that thing for like at the front, okay, right? That's the intake, and then fuel pump. So like the fuel pump's a mechanical fuel pump, right? And it's like, well, why would that work? Because like as compression goes, it goes into the combustion chamber, compress, spark, brrr, start process, then brrr, and it goes faster. Anyways, it goes from out in, and then from that center and out, right? That kind of stuff, and then those are all combined into, and then the final that goes into the crankshaft. So direct mechanical energy is what I'm looking for. Okay, which is good, real powerful stuff. And it's like I was able to get to. It's like, well, I have this bike, and it's like it has a derailleur. And it's like if I just make this gear teeth set, like basically just pour it in and and like forge it and all the rest of that. It's like I can do it. I can fucking just tired after a certain point, but I was like, okay, I can get it done. All right, that's fine. I can get it done. All right, but it's like, right, but that means the pedals, right? And it's like, no. I need that to be separate. It's like the gear teeth, right? They're gonna basically not be direct 1-to-1. Okay, so it's like it's just gonna ride on those little areas of the flat part. But it's like that's like a bearing until once I pedal, it'll give me its own version of gearing. It's like that's like a CVT. So it's like this is like the gear that like this cadence, it's going to give me this, degree of resistance as it changes gears and it spins faster and it tries to spin those gears. But then that, for the crankshaft, that goes directly to that. You see what I'm saying? It's like that goes directly to that gear area. Like the front derailleur area is my gears. So it's like I have the small, the medium, and the large gears, and like 3 gears. And then I can change the rear just fine myself, right? But it's like, but caveat is, it's 47cc for sure. There's no need for insurance or motorcycle license, so that's good. My own built engine, super cool. And it's like, well, here's a ram here, and it's like, I had to do a whole lot of other stuff. You have no idea. It's like I was looking at this what is a coil and a repulse, and what do they use for magnets? I ripped open my fucking my rear, because it's an e-bike. I have an e-bike, so it's like I looked at like the motor that's there, and it's like it's rated for blah blah blah, and I'm like, this is stupid. And I made like basically an opposed piston design. So I had like coils there, and then like the magnet, I made big, stronger magnets, because apparently you can make stronger magnets yourself. That's not impossible to do. So this is like fucking do that, Because I have induction, electromagnetic field stuff. So it's pretty simple stuff. But anyways, same kind of similar concept for like because they're probably the best neodymium that they can do, but they're not actually. They're probably really shitty. So anyway, top them up, top the magnets up, make them the strongest neodymium that I can really kind of make, and then it's like whatever I could. It really doesn't matter. Point is, it's where it's like this coil here and this coil. This is really where and this coil. This is stupid. This is what their coils are. And it's like, well, that's a field that's over here that's not being used. So I'll put a magnet there, and then I'll just put like a coil, that sends, and then it's like it sends this coil magnetic field as it's moving off to this area, and then I'll treat it like a capacitor in the center, and then I'll dump it as like another wound coil into like a charge field difference that exists there too, from like a certain given electromagnetic coil to a higher voltage coil, but with the capacitor, because charge field differences are capacitors. So it's like here's positive, here's negative, and then drop in resistance for field effect. So it's like for the given phasing that it has, it's like I can do that. Anyways, the battery stayed as is, but it's like, all right, I want to get more batteries, right? So it's like, well, that's kind of hard. Okay, so there's like I need to make ceramic, and then like this is what, and so anyways, point is, turned into very quickly like, how do I make with glass, and then like this material, and then what's the amount of charge, and what's the difference of the field? So I ended up looking up a lot of stuff online for a while, and then it was like, all right, so it's like then, and then this positive, this negative, but field, and build a box with like standard lithium ions that I had lying around in old, computer slash, you charge my phone up as I walk stuff. It's stuff like that, it's like, build a big old box, and it's like, this is a stupid tube that barely has any batteries in it. So it's like, you just stick this all together, and that allows for regen braking. There's like, I have coils, and then I have, capacitors now that I can dump in at like really high voltage and current and so on to change dynamically the resistance for regen braking for my motors, and then like I put on magnets next to the bike's brakes, disc brakes, that is. And then it was like, well, here's some coils, and then same thing for like magnets on the same. I was like, well, if I'm going this far, I might as well make my vacuum spokes for my, because like this is gonna go pretty fast. Right, so it's like, I'm gonna make them thicker. I'm gonna, tube vacuum, and then and I have like this other pressure around the rim, which is like, all right, so I made here's 1,000 psi. Fuck it, and then like vacuum. It's like this is near perfect vacuum. Just like super suck it out for a long time stuff. and then it's like really strong. And I printed out my own kind of like really realistically it's like all right, so I can print out my own machine stuff, so it's like all right, so this is how weaving is done. Like I now need to make fiber optic. I don't really want to make fiber optic. This is glass. This is steel dust. This is aluminum. Here's some ceramic. Fucking long strands of this, and then I'll weave it like that as it extrudes, hot kind of steel, and cool, and it's strand and wove, and then multiple layers, and then spongiform, and then multiple like sections of actual like air I can put in with like seal air. So it's like, oh, I this spongiform and this bladder, like no, but like all the rest of it's still good. So I can still fill it up like a rim driven standard tire. Because I was like, all right, so it's like, look, this is the plastic. This is like rolled up rubber bits from the road. Here's some rubber. Here's some blah 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 blah, and then boop. Heat and pressure, cool. Vacuum one side, pressure other, cool, and vibrate stuff. Bang hammer with camshafting, boo, and it fills and mold, and then now tire. Same tire, but now it handles really high speeds, and it's the same as any other car tire, effectively. So it's like, that's good, done on that, and it was like, all right, so I need to make a controller that does this better. So it's like, right, this is regen control, this is like, all this other stuff, but it's like only allowing for 20 miles an hour, wink, right? It's like around all the rest of it, but it's like it's supposed to do 500 pounds up a 90% incline. With that on it, right? Yeah, but it's like, right, so the rocket injectors, let's get into that, because it's like, finally, it's really high temperature ceramic, and it's cooled effectively the entire way until it's entering the all-cooled, multiple supported, oh, right, the engine block, right, no, that's another version of, like, so stainless, or not, sheet steel, right, sheet steel with, like, plastic, and the rivets and a whole bunch of other, and then like that's multiple supportive structures, and then bolting it together all down kind of thing. And then like same thing with the turbine, which then adds to like, well, this is where I have to have it go down to this part, and it'll only spin this other gear here, and then it can move up over to here with the that's the derailleur, front derailleur gear change. Right, and it's like, this is just kind of like a CVT that I added to it for the front derailleur, so I can actually put pedal power down, which is basically is a clutch. So it's like, this is a clutch that then will spin this, and then it'll change these ball and some cones and so on into like spinning this fast, which then engages the actual clutch to then spin the other gear and add that power to it. Simple stuff. It then can change the gears just like any other derailleur, as per usual. And then the rear derailleur, same thing. And then I have like on the rear arm, I was like, all right, so I need like chain tensioners. So I got a couple of chain tensioners built with some springs, a vacuum spring stuff, and then I put springs in between, like lengthwise, horizontal, parallel, on the arms, and then it's like this whole area, and then I added in with a bolt and a couple of other bolts, effectively, this moving part. So it's like it'll move in and out, and so it'll also go up and down, and so it pivots it. So now I have a soft tail, right? And then same thing with the bike seat post. So like the bike seat post, same thing. Put a thing on there. It's like a ball socket gimbal, but it's like the internal is hollow. But then what that means is like it can go side to side, diagonal, and up and down. But it doesn't do up and down much. So mostly it's trying to turn like this up and down to a side to side motion. So it does that. So that way, like, I can stay mostly with my seating position being correct for, uh, being able to continue pedaling. And so, like, now I have also the front. I changed, those shocks a little bit and changed them out a little bit. So it's like I had to build shocks. Okay, so it's like this is a sheet steel, right? That's sealed with the ding rivets and some silicone caulking bullshit stuff, and it's like another little O-ring, and then it's a vacuum here, and then like pressure here, and then like this is like attached to for pressurized air, and then like this is attached to a diaphragm with a bunch of holes around for the sheet steel thing, and so that allows for intake, and so I can change it and tune it dynamically by having it slide, and so like it'll open it up or close it off a little bit more, which has to draw air through as a pump, and so like that's a shock, along with a spring, and so like that also got added to the front and also the rear, and then also kind of like that's right, the bike seat post. Then it was like, all right, so I'm not fully done. So like, boom, 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 aluminum sheet, and it's like, this is high temperature silicone caulking with fucking some carbon and some other shit like dust, effectively. So that way it makes a carbon ceramic thing. So it's like I heat it up, and then it it's painted on one side, and the aluminum is gonna handle that just fine. But it's like it's so that way I can put any fuel in it, and so like now it's like technically speaking, got ceramic on the inside, right? It's good ceramic coating. There's like shade down, and then like sand and the smooth, and then I have to do that a couple of times to really get it so that way it doesn't react to any fuel there. But it's like we're not done yet, because like this is thin sheet aluminum, even with ceramic on it. You know what I mean? It's not there. So it's like, remember the weaving thing they did for the tires? Like same kind of thing. So it's like a bunch of weaving things for that's around that. So it's like like Kevlar. It's heat resistant for one thing, which is the reason why I'm using it. It doesn't burn like practically at all. So it's like then there's that, and I put that there, and then it's like I am gonna bolt it down, and it tensions it so that way, and then again it's another version of I have to get out the riveter with the silicone caulking around that with some carbon or whatever, and this it is like glass and some carbon and silicone caulking, so it's like that way it would seal it, and then it rivets it, right, and so it's really sealed, but the inside it's like it's got that there. You know what I mean? And then it's tension on the outside, so that way it's kind of like a bladder. It's already pressured. Like if you make it an actual bag, like you can blow it up and it can be pressurized. But that's not what I'm using it for. I'm using it to tension this really thin fucking metal. And then I have plastic outside of that I also happen to print in multiple sections, and then I have to fucking do the whole like stick it together bullshit, and then and it's like that goes on the top of the spine. It's a 45-gallon gas tank. It's a huge, massive gas tank. Massive. And it's like I had this stupid, like for the handlebars, it kept going over. So like you're supposed to like tighten it or whatever. It's like I tightened it as hard as you can tighten that shit, and it still wants to bend over. So it's just like fuck this. There's Loctite, all this, and it's like some sheet steel, and then like you bolt, the clamps basically, is like, and it doesn't bend any further. Anyways, this is the little shrouding for like some aluminum and some 3D printed, and then like that's ram air, and then that goes into the air intake, and that's all, and then you get the rest. Anyways, finally get all of how that makes sense finally, because it's like, well, for it's aluminum with rivets and silicone caulking for, you guessed it, air to air, water, or in this case coolant, and then of course oil cooling radiators. It's like this is reservoir, these are sections of reservoir, this is the cooling. There's no I can make electricity, unfortunately can't do that, so that's down, and out. Like, you can't do that at all. Gonna have to suck it up. Boo, right? I know, right? Yeah. But it's like, it's an aluminum radiator. It's the same as anything else. It's just, leave me alone. Get out of here. Anyways, same thing for like this the side of the, because the engine housing was like just really already pretty damn good. Like, I was already able to handle quite high pressures doing that. But I was like, all right, so now I'm gonna like fucking tension it with like this fucking the woven fabric stuff, and then I'm like, I'm gonna clamp it with some sheet steel around that too, to like really kind of hold together, you mother damn. I had to take it apart because I had to put more studs and everything, through all of it. And like eventually, it's like I eventually got to like, no, this is it. You're not doing anything more. Stop it. Just fucking run it. Then it's done. And it's like finally there. Okay, finally I'm ready. Brrr, it works. Fucking thank you. Woo! And it's like, all right, time to make the aluminum sheet steel bullshit, like rivet and high temperature silicone caulking from like the turbine, and then for exhaust. It's like, no, you got to do that. Like, there's no like, you don't get to do that. So it's like, that's going to be done now. And so it's like, that's like gonna take that, and then it's just going from that to a larger, and then it splits it, and then it takes that, and then it has it route, and then wiggle. So it's like this pulse, do, and then like this given. It doesn't matter. Point is, it's a long tube muffler that goes to a wider, and then that's a big area that then sends it to a smaller area tube that's in the center, which is then like shaped with like wider and smaller, and then like some holes in it. And so that way, as it goes through, it then like sends it backwards a little bit, and then that goes finally into the final diffuser pointed upwards. That is like the big, just like, here's all of whatever it is, but it's a bunch of like little small, cavities, effectively. I mean it. It's like this goes off into like this big thing, and then we just plunked like several little bifurcate. It's the sheet steel. Put it this way, saying it's a big area chamber that's going to come in at like whatever it's going to come in at. And it's like, this is a sheet steel, like let's say it was hexagon. It's not. I don't use hexagon. They're tubes. And then like there are tubes that then go in between those tubes. That then but then that is also going to go into a larger area. So it's like that, those tubes that go into that little area tube, that has, and then that's effectively what it's doing. And so like then it gets into like a wider area that's bulbous. So it comes out here, and then it gets big shaft area, and then bulb. Which isn't really like it's a little bulbous actually, yeah. But then there's like a cone that goes over that. Just so everybody's clear, that's a sound reflector. So it goes over and then into that, and then it reflects, and then like that's like and it's like ooh, and then it's all phased arrayed effectively is what that means, really, because it's like I need this bend and this curve and this area and this little God, this took forever to make. This was the worst part, actually, especially since I have that little scoop that has like a several ring area that I end up adding extra air as it moves forward. So like I'll suck in more air, and then I'll like add in more air, and so like then it becomes quieter. So it starts off at like maybe 68, and then it'll go down to like all the way to 55, and it's very brief, that 68, because it'll suck in more air, and then it'll go down to 58, and then as you go forward it goes to 55. But what it really does is it turns also all that extra air into a lower frequency tone, and then it'll destructively and constructively interfere with a lot of the pressure waves here, but then also have them combine to your body. So it's like it's destructive, but then it's like it saves the information, and then it's like when it hits you, it then vibrates with that given frequency very concisely and clearly. It's also pointed up, so it's like that kind of stuff. But what it means, it's quieter, it's more efficient, but also it's it's also this thing where it's like, so have fun. There's high temperature enamel on the inside and outside. All right. So just so you know, like I don't want to have to deal with it. I was literally so over it. You know, yeah. It's just like, ugh. But it finally got to the point, or it was like it's done. It sounds beautiful. It's a loud, wonderful baritone shriek roar. You know what I mean? It's like, and I love it. Right? Cool stuff. But it's not a motorcycle. It's not a scooter. It's an e-bike. So it can only go up to 20 miles an hour. Even though I have a transmission on it that's already there installed. Even though they, it's like, oh, I've got way more batteries. I got all this other, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, it'll go up 90% incline, 500 pounds. Just fucking go for it. Okay. Anyways, but I measured it. It's like, how do I make a dyno? How does dyno do dyno? How do dyno? And it's like, I looked that up, and then it's like, all right, so this makes 12 horsepower. Like, on a good day. It's 10 most of the time, right? And it's like, right. But like you got to 150 miles an hour. It's like, oh yeah. No, so I had shrouds. Like you lay flat. There's spokes in the back, but they're actually not spokes. They're fucking like bicycle crank pedals. And so it's like then there's like a big old air scoop intake ram thing, and then like because you have to lay kind of flat doing that. It's like I have these canards and everything that effectively suck in air around the back, and then it's very wide at the bottom, and then those are diffusers. Still the same bike spokes, all the rest of it. All the rest of it's the same, but it's like now you have to pedal because there's pedal assist. Remember, but it's like remember the shrouds, like they call them inertial dampening. Well, vibration dampening. Vibration. What is vibration? It's inertia. So it's like it's a vibrational inertial dampener pump. It concentrates it and then it sends it in as a pump. So it's like now the engine has less work to do. And then I have a ram air. So the faster I go, the more ram I get. The more efficient it becomes. And especially with fuel there that you can pump into it. And it's like the fuel can exist in the canards, but not really. It's like the shroud. So it's like, now that's like its own, like, I can reduce weight, right? And it's like, now I have like the electrostatic. So it's like, well, I had to figure out how to use, instead of resistors, they're like, I'm going to make DC current. And then I'm going to pump it with like a charge, effectively a capacitor version. And then like, anyways, point is, I only have these 3 stupid little fucking lines coming in for my electric motor. And it's like, this is dumb. And so I have to have this other part at the top there. I had to suck in air, and it's filtered around the sides, but then it blows it out out the tops. So that way it's air cooled. And I have electromagnetic, so copper coils. Standard copper coils. There's like I need multiple radial, but then like other magnets. So I have multiple magnets and coils and so on. So it's like a coil. So it's a radial and axial coil setup. I mean that actually. So it's like there's the center and then the out. That's like the radial, and then the axial is the ones in between. And it was like, that's why there's a opposed piston, but it's like, in order to make that work, I have to have capacitors and everything, so it goes from out to in and in to out, and up to down and down to up, and center to out, and all that, so like, it all has to have the right analog circuitry built in. So it's like, that was a lot of like, pressurize, coil wind, oh god, you freaking stupid coil wind, freaking pre-print this shit. I started learning that I can like just sort of melt certain plastics with the right like carbon or glass or other plastics, and it like comes out as filament. If it comes out and extruded out at this size as a filament, then it's like, yeah, filament. I got filament. I had to go buy like a poly crystalline diamond, you know, because like there's no fucking way I'm gonna be able to to like have this not kill my fucking printer head. So like that was a whole other thing. And same thing with like the printer head like coming out as a brass tube like this long, you know, thick, so I could get like the right length of filament and sizing of filament. And it's like I need multiple filament imports to mix at the right way, so that way I have the right ratios and so on. And so then it goes through this head as this extrusion for this area, and so like this turned into like another, I'm printing out, and then I got a CNC, and then like the little pressurized molding process again. And so it's like, all right, I'm going to get all of this, so that way this fucker can send this correctly out like this. And it's like, why did you do that? Like, you could have run your entire engine like that, right? And it's like, no. But like, the reason why I did that was that was after I did the whole bike thing. So it's like, why didn't you do that? That seems like it would have worked. And it's like, because I ran out of a filament. And so I had to fucking make my own filament. I had to make my own filament. And filament's very not expensive is what some people say. And I'm like, you don't know at all what a person on SSI and who's disabled really can't buy. Okay, so it's like, no. Yeah, no, I had to do that. Yeah. So it's like, alright, so I got that going. Also that way I can make the shrouds and like the necessary, like now that's going to hold my gas, and then like it vibrates the right way, and then it sucks in air, and like I only need a little bit of actual like from that crank to impart more pump, and then like this is finally where we're going to get to why, because at first it's like, okay, so it's like you want to maintain a certain pressure inside the cylinders, right? Because that acts as an air spring, and yeah, so while it's warm, I'm gonna cool it. It doesn't matter, and it'll survive it. Okay, you know. So it's like, right, that'll be fine. But it's like, right, and then I'll just inject air and fuel being burnt after it's left top dead center. And, you know, there's scavenge effects to a degree, but it's like you actually don't make much more power on a one stroke using scavenge effects by having it open, unless you do this. Alright, so this is the big part. So this is where you inject just before top dead center, as it needs to go from bottom dead center, as you basically take all of that constant blowing in hot air and gas and all that into its version, or either middle dead center for the cylinder or outside dead centers for it's that part. But it's like you're gonna just constantly send rocket gases to that part. But it's like, right, but then it's going to actually exhaust from that all the way to the bottom, you know, its version of center and out, right? Just kind of. So it's like as it heads towards its center, we're going to have a pretty decently reduced pressure. So it's like when you find out where that pressure is, it's like then you're going to inject a lot more of that air and fuel. And it's like that then starts the process of racing it out faster. And it'll get hotter again, which makes it seem like it has a vacuum, because it's moving and it's hot, even though there's no vacuum. Okay, so just FYI, there's no vacuum. Just deal with that. But it then closes once it gets towards its version of where its compression is. But it's like, it's been filling it up pretty much all the way up to the point where it's at its version of a center dead center and out dead or top dead center kind of thing, and then it will start to open completely or close completely, right? And like now it's like I can just constantly effectively never turn off, if I do it right, my rocket injector. So it's like, oh no, I'm only going up to like, whoa, I thought you were gonna do, and it's like the moment I open that, I can just start continuing rocket injection. It's like, and that is because I have those turbines. You see what I mean? So it's like, I got to 150, well actually 152 plus some change, and 152 plus some change, but that time it was a little bit more for my salt flats pass that I did. Because like this was all official shit. I finally got some likes and subscriptions and shit, and it was great. I loved it. Anyways, point is, but that was like, oh, I'm just keeping a given amount of pressure, and I'm just making it so that way, like, it's pretty high pressure, because I then made the bike frame, and I moved the batteries off towards the side, kind of like where a saddlebag area would be, and then like the bike, like the actual like engine stuck in the center, and like all of it was just to compress the shit out of it. And at that point, it's, you know what I mean? It's like it's being supported in a mounting, and the bike frame now is really more like making sure it doesn't fucking break. You know what I mean? So it's like it's compressed using the bike frame, but it worked, right? I got it to 150 miles an hour, you know, a little plus, but it's like, right. But those are decent high pressures, and I'm able to maintain them, and like I was able to make the engine more efficient as a result. But if I do this, it's like I can now get way more power out of it, like all the way, and then all the, you know, like constantly, never endingly. Like, so if I start it from that initial, like, oh, I'm just gonna get up, and I'm gonna let it exhaust, and then I'm just gonna keep going, just never endingly keep going and firing rocket, you know, exhaust into it, you know, the rocket injector thing, just constantly keep injecting combusted air fuel. I am always capturing that energy, like essentially at all times, right? So it's like whatever that pressure I can send it, and I'll use a lot more fuel and air. That's for sure. You're right, but at the same time, I'm cooling it, and it's like I'm fine with that. But it's like, well, it should survive the pressure, because the pressures never went above a point where they wouldn't be able to handle it for the cylinder pressure and its top dead center pressure, right? It never goes above that. It'll just ramp it up and constantly spin more air and fuel as it opens up. Yeah, so it really forces it. But it's like, this is hydraulic fluid pressure, you gotta remember that, which helps this whole process out. Right? So it's like, it's just gonna spin a turbine faster and 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 faster with more and more and more and more torque. Now, the duration of its stroke is longer than its bore, but at the same time, I also have two of them doing both in and out. And then the turbines are very much more efficient than our standard turbines, as they go from center and then out. So it's like, what that means is it goes from out towards its center, but also that center then out. And so like during that, it'll rotate the turbine, and then like the stators are static, right? But it's like, that also means like there's these little holes and grooves and dimples and little bumps in the blades and the stators, so that way they all move through and capture as efficiently as possible, as quickly as possible, for its given duration of moving through and then getting sent out. And then those are a whole bunch of like little, you know, boundary layer reducing little effects. So it's like, on the inside of those tubes, there are little overhangs, so like little circles, right? They're straight lines, and then they're little cut-in circles. Now, then we have a little overhang, like overhang T. And then there's a little hole in the, you know, the grooves, like there's a little hole that's diagonally cut. What that means is, as it gets up to speed, it'll skip over that, and then that pressure differential at the bottom, as it will try and race towards that, because it'll see it as a vacuum, and it'll skip over, and it reduces boundary layer. And so like then it'll also curve inwards, and then it'll dump and skip off the faster flowing center. And so it's like, even though it's skipped off and has less boundary layer pressure loss, same thing on the blades here too. Same thing with the holes there too, on the blades and all the rest of it. It's like, this allows for less loss. And then it gets captured with longer and different pitches as it goes through all of this, from the outsides towards its end, towards, you know, from the outsides of the cylinders towards the insides of the cylinders, and so on. And so that rotates, that helps with the rotation of the gears, of course, that are necessary to be here. And so it's all one big package, right? But it's like, at the same time, much more efficient at capturing energy than a standard turbine would be. In this instance, because it's small, and then I also have to have multiple, stator and movements and all of this, which also helps with the valves. Anyways, point is, I capture about 90 to 99% of the energy's movement, but I can't capture all of it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I can't do that. Like, I need to make sure it returns. So I had to turn it into like a pressurized system that as it spins, it still will return something. So it's like a coupler turbine thing that's moving, in and out, and then it moves everything. It takes a bunch of spins from like smaller spins to a larger spin, but also larger spins back to smaller, and so like it all equals out to being these torques. So like, it has a really high torque, but it's like I can't deliver that torque the way you want me to, right? Because it's plastic and some sheet metal and some fucking like I squeezed some shit, you know what I mean, and a mold. It's like I can't do what you think I can do. All right, so it's like I can put lots of pressure, but it's like I need more material strength, right? So it's like, all right, so it's time to redo the engine. And it's like, all right, so we're going to go through all the different filament types I can make, and I'm going to put it in an Excel spreadsheet for a long time. It's going to take me a year to figure out all this different bullshit. And eventually it's like, yes, finally, I've done the thing. And then it turned into a bunch of different types of sheet steel, and then like combinations of filaments, and then like less, and it weighed less than it did before, which is great, more compact than it ever was before. And then I used like an entirely different ram part, so like that's sealed like a cup, like a double cup system with like a flat part that's in this at the outer edges. So it's like, what that means is as it goes inwards, it will have this little spike on both parts because it has the arm there, right? It has to have the arm. So it's like that allows for it to scoop it in and then send it off to the right areas much more easily. But then that flat part also then has the outside and helping curve it in or send it off, respectively, to the turbine areas. And now I was able to combine turbines right next to each other instead of like having it go to the sides, which it still does, but it's like I then have turbines that are right next to this area, right, that are basically interconnected in its own way, which isn't like basically, they are. So it doesn't really matter. It's a fluid bearing, as it moves fluid from in to out, but also from, like, let's say center over, and then one way or another. It also helps move the turbines the same direction and captures it more efficiently, and then moves it off towards the sides, which now also capture as much as it can for the given area that it has to be able to do it, because it's like this is actually pretty difficult to do that, because it's like it's a small little thing, and so like before I had it was a wide box. It was a fairly wide box. I always called it like this lunch box. So, that they have in TV shows where you put your heart in there or an organ and it's got ice in it or something. It's like that's what it would be. Like that's the size of this. Well, now it's much more compact. Like actually fits beautifully, wonderfully in these small little areas. It's still 49cc. Extra 2 C's ain't gonna hurt anyone. CC's, yeah. But finally, I have the necessary material strength to actually add the RPM that I was looking for and the torques that I was looking for, because like everything was gearing at that point. It was like a pretty decent torque, but like not a lot of RPM. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I got 12 on a good day horsepower, but it's like I could easily cut this and then just like really just let her go, rip it, right? By like, because I have a restrictor, I have a legitimately, so I had to program it on my phone because I didn't have like any extra or anything. So it's like my phone sat here, and this sends information to a whole bunch of these little stupid, not stupid, but anyways, connections into a board that then go off into the phone, which then sends it to do those things. Most of it's mechanical, okay, Most of it's mechanical, but this is to do a little bit of spark, a little bit of changing of some solenoids I had at the time to help with exhaust timings and injection timings. Okay, uh, that's all it really was. Um, you know, but now it's like, well, I have a lot more I can push to this, like, and so then it just turned into O2, and then figuring out like air fuel and what it can handle. It's a ceramic and high temperature steel composite that I made with the plastic around it that's ridiculously more strong and way better at handling heat transfer while still standing firm, meaning holding its shape and tensile strength and everything into like a literal crash point. It's like, yep, and then it's gone. It's like, oh, I'm good. It's gone. You know what I mean? It's like, and I'm gone. You stay right there and you're always good. It can maintain it. And that's its fatigue limit. Like as long as it's up there, it's fine. It'll maintain its fatigue limit. It'll never break down. Super cool stuff, right? But this little single cylinder is now comparable to high performance engines. All right, I'm not kidding. With the little scoops and everything, I was able to like have it spin far faster, with fluid flow going much faster, be able to handle those pressures and temperatures that it was going to receive. All right, and then I was able to cool more. I was able to get the piezoelectrics and so on working, and then it turned into like this really nice, solid performer of 50 horsepower with 49 foot-pounds of torque for a little 49cc. But it was like, that's because I didn't want to give it like all of it. I mean it. It was that. That's literally all it was. It was like, well, it got to 12, right? And it's like, yeah, 12 horsepower, yeah. 12 horsepower. Yeah, well, what's that torque, though? It was a large amount of torque. It was like about 100 foot-pounds of torque. Oh, what is that? Did you say 100 foot-pounds of torque? Yes, it was 100 foot-pounds of torque. Good foot-pounds of torque here. So it's like, it's totally doable to make a 500-pound person go up a 90% incline at 20 miles an hour. Totally doable. It was really just the fact that it's like, well, this crankshaft is like, no, that's the ball and so this is a, what's a good way to put this without sounding crass? So it's a socket, a shaft and socket design. So it's like, like a yeah, no. So but then it's like that socket or the shaft, so like male to female connection, and then like that's actually going to be the another female connection to another male connection that's around that male connection. So like that turns into a male to its female, and you get the picture. But then it's like that's also all cooled, so like it has fluid that goes from the outside in that shaft, that's and then it goes outwards throughout all of them until it eventually goes to the housing that cools it, because I have to cool that. But it's like, that's my clutch. That's right, that's my clutch. It even has little tiny teeth, so to speak. They're not really teeth, but like they're bump-ish things, like they'll go in and then they'll grip, but they'll slip off of each other, with pressure to a degree, and then it frictions, and it like then has teeth. So it's like, because a fluid that's there then becomes the teeth. Okay, so it's like that's why it's like it doesn't have teeth and then it has teeth. Anyways, and that's my clutch. So that you can't really wear this clutch out. You know what I mean? But like, then I have a chain-driven transmission, which yeah, standard. It's still the same derailleur and everything else. You know, I could always change that, but it's like no, that's easy enough. Like that's my clutch now. That'll work just fine. I don't have to worry about any of the rest of it. I still have the gearing ratio that changes based upon like where I put my derailleur on that, so like it'll move its like little gear clutch thing into the shaft. So like that'll spin like the inside area of those gear teeth, and then that'll spin the gear teeth that's around that. You know what I mean? And that's sealed, but then like those are the teeth that are moving around that, and then next one, and then next one. So like it just pivots effectively, you know. Which is like, oh, you think that's not cool? It's just pivoting, and it's like, yeah, no, it's actually really super smart. So fuck you, everyone that thinks it's not super smart. Anyways, that's done, and that was easy enough to figure out for me. So there's that. I'm gonna move off of that, mostly because it was like, well, now I have pressures. I have really, really high RPM pressures I can put into this, and really, this is the problem I ended up having. It was like, what's the actual limit? And I didn't want to destroy my engine, so I was like, I'm gonna cap it at 25K. 25K is fine. And then I realized, oh fucking dear God, no. Oh fuck, shit, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. This fucking clutch. I was like, oh, this, holy Lord. I'm just going. It was like, I already had 100 freaking foot-pounds of torque. And it was like, now I have way more than 100 foot-pounds of torque. I have like 250 foot-pounds easy all day. And it was like, what's the actual max I can do? And it was like, yeah, 500, 600, yeah, I'm not going above 500. This is capped at 500. 500's fine. I will die on 500. And it's like, here's 25,000 RPM. Have fun. I'll have fun with this? There's no way I'm going to have fun with this. I'm going to die. There's fucking no way. So, like, that's basically what that was for the longest time. I'm not even kidding. It was terrifying to exist. I mean it. It was like, oh yeah, no, like let me, yeah, sure, I put on better tires and they're very much road going, and I have really good regenerative and even disc braking, and good shocks and suspension, and like it can handle it. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I have a great 45-gallon tank. You know, good ram air scoop, some aero. You know, to help out with you know, this thing that I need called downforce, because fucking holy hell, you know. And then it was like, oh, I need to cover the front wheel a little, you know, just a smidge will do, and then the rear a little, and I put on a big old fucking basket kind of along the sides, because I have like these fucking scoops anyways, and this, you know, I have to have the radiators. So it's like, well, you know, and I'm mostly sitting, because this bike is really short and I'm a very tall person, so most of my weight's in the rear. And so it's like, well, you know, I'll just fucking stick a thing at the for the front. That way, like, most of my weight, if I have anything in there, it's at the front along the sides, you know, and it kind of cups the bottom anyway, since I need that to, like, you know, kind of hook, you know, with this little J type of thing. But it's like, that's where the wheel goes, and it's like, exactly, yeah, no, the wheel does turn very significantly, but it's like, I don't need it to turn that much. So I stopped that part. It doesn't need to do a full 360. It certainly doesn't need to do a 180. Are you kidding me? I'm going too fast. I'm going to die if I do that. So it's like a lot of that was like, oh, you know, I just need to be able to turn appropriately and be able to like do that sort of a thing. And then I had like this other, you know, little diffuser area, but it's like, oh, you know, that's where my bike pedals go. So like then there's, okay, so then I can kind of maybe put like this for my saddle here, and then like then over in the rear, and then I had like a trailer. I was like, all right, I'm gonna have like that. It also has its own regen, because like that was another version of magnets and some coils. And then I stuck to the axles, like their own like little, you know, electromagnetic, motor essentially inside of the thing, and then it just splits it with a limited slip axle kind of thing. And then they're cambered a little better. Then I have I flipped the arm, so I had to get like these other two tires. I was like, no, I'm tired and I don't want to, and so I gave up on that. Then I put some suspension on that. Like literally, I did. I was like, "Grr!" And then all the suspension componentry came into the two wheels in the rear, and then same thing with the arm and all the rest of it. So that way I wouldn't die using it, going at like these super high speeds. And it's like, well, it's both a generator because I have a generator. It's connected, you know, to generators. And then it's like, oh, that's nice, right? And then it's like, oh, it's not just generators, okay? It's also combining, you know, like the battery and the gas power, and then it can run just off of just the battery power whenever I need it. You know, battery power whenever I need it, and then I can run just off of the gas. So it was easy enough, but it was like, oh, I have a lot of shit strapped to this fucker. You know, I don't know where the fuck I'm going with this, but yay! It's only 20 miles an hour. Yeah, sure, my ass it is. Transmission shit. There's no way. There's fucking no way. You know, I was like, I gave up. It's like, it's an electric vehicle. No, it's not. It's a fucking scooter, bro. So you have to register this eventually as a scooter. I was like, no, I don't. It's only 20 miles an hour. Bull fucking shit. You should really do that. Anyways, I consistently maintain like up to like 90 miles an hour speeds easily with like the whole thing fucking loaded. And I'm a 6'4" guy. Around that 210 to 220 range on average these days. So I was able to have all my groceries, camping, any of that, and I could go really decent distances for what it was worth. Kind of, not really. I mean, like, this thing was meant to just sip fuel, you know, but it's like, no, it doesn't though. It really don't. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, I want it to, but it does not. I want it, but it does not. I wish for it, but it doesn't. So you can hear it in my mind. I'm like, this thing's just capped at 50 and 50 effectively. You know, 49 foot-pounds torque and then 50 horsepower. Like, that's what it's capped at. Because, like, I don't need it to go 525,000 RPM. I don't. I don't. That's more than enough for all of the weight that I have in the transmission I've got to get me to and from most places as a scooter that can go 90 miles an hour if I wanted it to. Really, it's terrifying to do that, so no, I'm not going to. So I was like, I'm done with this whole thing, because it's like the whole reason I made this video was because Donut Media put out this is a cheap hack E85, and I'm like, yeah, I suppose you're right, you know, but if you've got a Dremel tool, you probably have like a 3D printer, you know what I mean? It's like you probably have like a little ECU tuner thing, you know, then you can look up on how to make like a higher fuel pressure, like get a fuel pressure sensor and then like make higher fuel pressure for your injectors, right? And it's like, So I'll just like here's the air box and the like the tube that goes to the manifold. So it's like here's porting. The porting and polishing. You know how to do that online. You can look it up online, right? So it's like it's a bunch of porting. That's all I did. It's like a bunch of porting, and then it's like, well, I'll just get for the intake and exhaust more porting. Like better air fuel coming in, kind of stuff. And it's like I'll make it a little bit better, like a little bit bigger, a little bit like that velocity stack kind of scoop into that area, and then it's like, well, this is the size of the cross sectional area of my port, right? And I'm like, yeah, it says that, but you know what? There's this thing called clamps and some O-ring and silicone caulking, and so I'm gonna do that. And so I did that. It's like, well, I can just do that. I'll just thread the outside, and then I'll put on some thread locker and then like silicone caulking around that, high temperature silicone caulking. And then it's like that's now where I bolt it, click it in, whatever, the torque that needs to be. But it's like, all right, so then I'll just that kind of thing. Sort of a similar story yet again, right? For like the inside diameter of the manifold tube. It's like, this is what is this, fucking aluminum or something? Inside diameter, just like just get it, hog out the material, like make it flow a little better into the ports, like make those little port, like that area. It's like, well, I need to make sure the injection's good, so it's like I can't fuck around with that. So it's like, all right, so it's like I can open up this, and then I can probably open up a little bit more if I like allow for like the clamp thing, that kind of thing, and some threading. So it's like I can probably do that. You know what I mean? Like I can get a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger on the inside, and then it's able to flow a little bit better. And I was like, all right, so this rear part has to go, because you're gonna love this. This is after I was like, look at this box. How do I? This fucking thing. This thing sucks. All right, like it sucks in air over here. I'm gonna make this bigger, and I can, get some aluminum sheet, and then like do the little riveting thing and some caulk, there, and then like just fucking stick it and seal it, and then bend it and rivet it around with the seal caulk thing, and then it's like, oh, it's a bigger intake now. Like that's good, right? And it's like, right. And it's like, this is our manifold. This is the throttle body manifold thing. Right, like the throttle body, right? And so like, well, this is all this really is. So like, this is the sensor. I have aluminum. I can make this work. I can make a big longer piece there. I can cut this part out. So it's like, now this is now a aluminum, and then it's like, all right, so how do I make this? So it's like, all right, aluminum flat, and then aluminum like thin, strip, and then round, and then like, I curved it. So like what that means, it's like, right, I'm gonna ball peen hammer, and then I'm gonna get another one, and then it's like, then I'm gonna rivet it, and then it's like, now it's stiff. Now it's stiff. So it's like, but it's a smooth flow and transition through, right? And it's like, but now I'm gonna put like this little O-ring, because I've got like something in my kitchen that's probably like able to seal it, right? Like it'll go there, and like the throttle body will then, but it's like it'll hook into that, and then like air can't go through as easily, right? But it's able to move away from that, right? So it's like, then now it's sealed. But it's like, all right, I got the flat piece of aluminum. It's like, now I'm gonna get like some holes, and then I'll stiffen it up. But I can't have holes. So it's like, I have like other circles of aluminum I can, are flat, that I can put there. But then I can bend them, and then have them, get really close together with some silicone caulking, and then some rivet, and then like around the ends, around the tips. Right, and it's like, everything's really stiff now. And it's like, now it just needs like a solid part that spins. And it's like, oh, that's easy. I already have that there in my last throttle body. And here's like the spring. And it's like, sensor's done. Here's my mass airflow sensor that goes in here, right? And it's like, that's where the intake is, right? And it's like, well, I just need to stick this sensor here. That's what they say. So it's like, that's where that's actually going to go. I'm going to just make this like a real nice swoopy, teardrop shape, so that way it's like, it doesn't get in the way of the airflow. But it's like, all right, now I have aluminum that I just, did the little riveting and some caulking you know, and it's like, that's a bigger tube that goes off into this area. And it's like, well, this is the size of tube for the intake. So, like, you can't do that, right? And it's like, no, no, no. This is why I this big circle in the rear here at the top. So I was like, I'm gonna drill, and then I get the rivet thing, and it's like, here's aluminum, and I some thread and some silicone caulking. So I threaded that, and then you know, got some thread locker and some silicone caulking, and I rivet it, you know, together. And it's like, now it's sealed, right? Like, and like, that's where the clamp thing, that, because like, and then this is the big, you know, aluminum like little thing, and then like I had the little aluminum circle cut out, and same thing, and then rivet bullshit, and then like, you know, bend thing with ball peen hammer thing, and then I stuck that, and then I just like clamp it down, you know, with a hose clamp, you know, just like screw it, and then screw it, and then like same thing for that. And it's like, now it's pressurized, and it's like, I want to make sure that nothing's going to get in the way of the airflow, so it's like, it's at the top, you know, at the manifold. Like, I don't want it at the bottom, because like I had space at the top at the time, because you know, like, this was for a Dodge Neon, in quotation marks, a Dodge Neon, quotation marks. It was definitely not a van. There's no way this was something else entirely. No vans here, you know what I mean? And then I was like, all right, so this is a measured point of GPS, and this is a measured point of GPS, and like, those are the signals. And then I was like, the throttle, if I press it all the way to the floor, it then hits a thing, and it like a button, and it makes timer happen. And like, this is GPS signal here, in Dodge Neon, you know, quotation marks here, before I did any of this. So anyways, then I'm going forward, and then I measured that, and it was like, you know, 15.9. It sucked. It was slow. So fucking slow. And again, this never happened. Certainly not at night, really late at night. No one around, on a quarter mile, very flat, smooth surface. Certainly did not happen. With this Dodge Neon, quotation marks. Anyways, and it's like, and then I'm gonna measure it afterwards, because like, you know, that, right? So it's like, I still have the same injectors, right? It's still the same injectors. Don't have any camshaft. I'm not doing anything. I can't do any of that. But you know what I can do? Which I didn't do, because like, this is cheap, easy hack. All right, it's super cheap, easy. Like, I'm gonna get out the Dremel. I'm gonna, you know, like that, like, and then thread it, because like, I need it to be smooth and not hurt the stuff that's there. You know. So anyways, it's like, this is the hole size I'm looking for, and it's like, well, I've got a space there, so it's like, fuck it. That's where it's gonna go. I can't get it underneath, because damn it. Anyways, we're the little, because I have to hose clamp this fucker. So it's like, hose clamp to hose clamp. So it's like, this is the adapter, you know, the tube that goes into it. But it's like, this is, I drilled out as much as I can on the outside, I mean the inside diameter, and then the outside diameter, it's like, I put in holes and slots, so that way that's wide there, so that way, like, on the outside, even though I hose clamped it, it's like, it's still pretty big, and it's as far back as I can get it. So it's like, it's going to try and suck in more air. But I was like, this is the other area. It's like, it doesn't have all the air it can give it. It's going to go into the rear here and suck in air that way. I still have my injectors. All that's going on. You know, like, I can do that. I can drill. I can tap. I can fucking, like, you know, hose clamp. I can do hose clamps. Hose clamps exist. Alright, I can do hose clamps. I got my little ECU tuner, you know, tuner, and so like that way it's like, oh yeah, okay, I can, you know what, mass airflow sensor says it's this, right, and so it's like, you need more fuel, give more fuel to it, do more fuel. I put in more pressure, but also get more fuel. The timing here, do this. Do more. Do more of the things they need you. You have more air, I swear you do. I also put in a much less restrictive air filter, but it's like more fuel for more air now. And then it was like, right, I'm not done yet, because it was like, right, so like now I have to get the insulative sheet steel. I mean it. It's like, so I put a sheet steel around the aluminum tube I made out of aluminum sheet. I'm not kidding. It was like, this engine bay hot, so fuck that. Sheet steel around, and then like just bolt to these things that are already there, and some fucking like gasket, I guess, material or something. That way it's more cold air, and then it was like, I don't know how to stick more air into this, because this is where the air comes in, and I don't want to put a fucking hole in the front of my vehicle or the hood or any of this, and I have no idea. So it's just like, I'm done. It's like I was done at that point. So it's like, all right. So I've got more fuel pressure, and I definitely have more fuel going in, and more air for sure. And it's colder air for sure. Like, it's got to be, right? You would think, right? You would hope the fucking damn, man, like they would be colder. So it's like, you know what? Just in case, I'm gonna fucking try and insulate this fucker. Get out whatever like insulative, like high temperature insulative like material is, and then that one turned into like, they don't really have much. I'm just gonna fucking get like some stuff on the inside, and the outside is just gonna be sprayed so that way it doesn't rust. Fuck this. I'm gonna put it around the box that I have. Like, fuck the fucking stupid box thing. I'm gonna put some like screen. And like, yeah, you have a screen? What is this? What is this screen thing? And it's like, yeah, well, so like fiberglass exists, right? But like, you know, they also have this like screen that they can use for like, that's metal, like steel mesh, right? And it's like, if you coat that with a bunch of ceramic, and then you put like a bunch of it in layers, like you get the right like little, you know, layering, and then it's like, now it's stopping air from going to the sheet steel, which then also has like the insulative material on the inside, which could burn. I don't know. It says it won't, but I don't trust that. But I don't care, because it's there, and I don't care. Same thing with the manifold. I was like, manifold also have thing around, you know, like, fuck it. It was done, and it was like, all right, so it's colder. More air and fuel go in now. And it's like, can I adjust timings here? Can I make it like, I'm gonna put like a little nub of something there, so that way it's like a shim material. It's kind of like a new bucket thing. This is it's a dual overhead cam. I was like, what the fuck? How did this happen? It was a good, you know, new make and model, whatever. You know, it doesn't matter. Point is, I'm gonna be done with it. It has dual overhead cams. Just suck it up. Anyways, it's like, right. It's like, right. I need to put like a shim material on this, and then polish the fuck out of it. You know, this is like, this is now more lift. This is the most lift I can put in, and then it'll return like that, and like, but it's gonna engage over here, because that's the shim like extended the length where it'll engage, and so like that's timing, and I'll adjust it over to here, and it times it. But it's like, okay, so, but what if, okay, so it's going to do a what if, okay, I put like an air thingy around that, so that way, like when it compresses, it then goes up and compresses again, and then it's like, then it's going to be stiffer, and so, like, it's able to then engage it a little better, sooner, and then goes down. Or, you know, it's because it'll stay up. It had sealed the air thing, you know, as the holes are there, right? And it's like, now it's like an air spring, and so like this is like a little shim bucket spring air thingy. And then it's like, it's stiff, and then it's like I'm up here, and then I'm gonna start pressing it earlier, and then like before that, though, it was laying flat, and then it pushed, and then you know it got some air in as a result as it tries to, you know, and now I have a spring, right? It's like what the Formula One guys do. Cool stuff. So it's like I can figure this out. I can do this. And so it's like, all right, it's resting on a small pocket of air, and so then it's going to compress, and it'll go all the way down, and it engages a little sooner. You know, like it'll engage a little sooner, but it's only going to have the same lift. But now it's going to have that same duration. So it's like I have an artificial increased timing, right? So it's like it's still good on timing for idle, but then it's like then it'll have a higher and higher amount of timing, and I just basically have this other part here that starts extending out. So it's like this is a like spring steel that's curved. Thanks, Phaser. Because like that's what allows for it to suck in air. So it's like it's gonna fling up and then it'll go and it'll suck in and keep air in, right? But it'll slowly go and drain away as the RPMs drop. So like then it creates a longer duration that has an advanced timing for those higher RPMs, which is great, right? So it's like, yeah, cool. I didn't talk about that one earlier because I didn't really do it. Like, truthfully, I went for just the air and fuel stuff and some, like, you know, ignition stuff. And I looked at the O2 sensor. I was like, this is probably the right... It looks like it's running a little on richer, but that's because, like, it has more air and fuel. And I need that because, like, you know, temperature, and I don't want to burn engine or have engine die. Because that'll be nice. And so, like, I did that. And then I went from 5.9 to 12.03 to 11, like 8 at most, and then like 12.1 and 9s. For my quarter mile that I was definitely in my Dodge Neon, quotation marks, that didn't happen at all, you know, late at night, and it seemed to depend on whether or not, like, it had warmed up, or, you know, had breezes, it was cold that day, or warm that day, you know. And I managed to do better with that, and then I was like, well, look at this spring stupid thing, and it's like, brrr. But it's like, this was supposed to be so that way it got better gas mileage. That's all it was for. Okay, this was it. Okay, it was only for better gas mileage. And so it was like, oh, right, yeah, no, that's true. I'm going to tone this back because I had, like, it didn't have a wide open throttle. And so I was like, I gotta change that throttle position sensor stuff. And so I'm like, holy fuck! We're not doing that again. I'm gonna change that slightly to be a little better. And it's like, oh yeah, no, let me just... And it's like, oh, now I'm just gonna change the throttle thing so that way it's far more fuel efficient. And having, like, a foot to the floor. Alright, I will do the most efficiency of acceleration possible. This is all I will do. I don't care how much you do. Any throttle movement, this is it. This is the only thing you will be doing. You engine and transmission. This is it. So it's like, and it's like, no, but I actually need this to go faster. I'm gonna die. So it's like, oh yeah, no, that's dangerous. Let's tone that back just a little. It's like, so I'm gonna put it in eco, and then this is medium, and then it's like, so throttle position go to this with the easy tuner stuff, and it's like then it goes to this, and then does this instead. That way, no dying trying to get up a hill, and then merge with traffic. Because, man, that was terrifying after a while. It was like, you thought, motherfucker. Please speed up. Oh, God. Anyways, But that one was fun. So it's like, here's merging traffic. But I did test that one, and that one got me to 11.5. So, there's that. Yeah. It's like, I have more air and fuel. Yeah, but I'm not adjusting timings. Get out of here. This is fucking insane. I have to start. I don't have injector timing changey things. And same thing with any of that other stuff. So it's like, nope. I'm out. I was like, nope. That's it. Like, that's going to be what it's going to do. It's like, I'm not getting more injectors. There's nothing extra. And then the bike thing happened. But it's like, this is the cheapest way I think someone could reasonably upgrade their engine. I was like, this is a manifold. Rivet gun and some thread and some bolt and all that. It's like, here's some aluminum sheet, just some silicone caulking. You know what I mean? Like, I can get sheet steel. I can bend that. I can do that with my own fucking hands. I don't need other special tools. I have a ball peen hammer. Just make some holes there or whatever, or like some cuts, and it's like, this will fucking curve it a lot better. I mean, these thicknesses, and it's like, done. I got port injections from this already, so it's like, I just need the manifold to do it better. Like, this manifold's heavy anyways. You know what I mean? Like, this is a heavy manifold. It doesn't need to be like this. This is heavy. Get up in there. The freaking Dremel extenders. This fucking sucks. This thing's all in the way. Well, I would need it anyways. I'm gonna have a fucking fatter fucking intake in there. For my port, as it curves down at the bottom now, I was like, I'm gonna cut out this. This is gonna work, because like, that's the reason why I can't put it underneath. So I got rid of all this inside diameter, and it's like, then I'm just gonna fucking clamp that fucker over there. It's like, this will just stick to that. And it's like, that's already there anyways. I could just cut that. I could just fucking do that. This is a wide to a small little fucking tube thing. I could just clamp that. It's so fucking annoying to deal with. But after a certain point, it was like, good to go. I got way more airflow across the board. Hey, And then it was like, look at the size of my ports. I widened the fuck out of these, and I'm not supposed to really. I had to look at diagrams online. I was like, this has coolant here. God, you bastards. Who designed this? Does it need anything here? No. These heads got so hogged during a certain point. I was like, this is a big old fucking cone to a small little fucking. I was like, can I make that bigger? I can't do nothing to that. How much are valves? Oh, fucking hell, man. No, I can't do valves. Valves are insane. I can't do nothing with valves. And then later on, I was like, I could do valves. There's nothing wrong with doing valves. I could do valves. You know what I mean? But it's like, right now, it's like, I can't do valves. So it's just like, just bigger. Just more air. And it's like, this is I had like fucking an eighth of extra lift. Like, they were just not gonna care. You know what I mean? It got so annoying after a certain point. I was like, how do more lift? This is the max lift? That's... What? Nuh-uh. That's bullshit. How do I make more lift out of this? Oh, come on. Really? No way. Really? How the okay, that's the maximum lift, and it's like, this is the basically I put a bucket on these fuckers in a way, you know what I mean? It's like a shim thing that just makes, technically speaking, a faster, sooner engagement, and then a longer duration, for the intake, and then like that was fine, that worked out. It's still cooled. Everything's cool. It's got oil all the places. Nothing really changed on that, So I was like, that's good. There's like an intake manifold. There's like just a bunch of freaking. You gotta freaking torque this stupid bastard and cock everything. Rivet. It's like a whole bunch of shit like that. It was fun though. For what it was worth, it was actually really fun. I enjoyed everything about doing it. It was just like, wow, I got way more air. This is good. Why do I feel like this is not what I think it is? It's like, this is the amount of air I can get in. And it's like, this is extra fuel pressure. I could probably get way more out of this fucker already. I could probably do way more. I need to gap this differently. I think that's probably right. Looks like it's probably right. I feel like it's right. What's the compression ratio? Okay, so that's what that is. That'll probably be fine. That's the right gap, yeah. Exhaust was the same thing. It was like, let me just fucking hog this part off here. These valve covers don't need this anyways. It was like, let's fucking get out of there. Just get out of there. It was fun though. It was fun while it lasted. It was like I could just stick this, and this is my clamp. This is where my valve cover, my new valve cover is. Like this is what is this? Bolt, recessed bolt thing. Some high temperature silicone there. Studs, bolt both sides. Torque it. It's like hacksaw. These are bigger tubes now. These are fine. These are gonna work. This is fine. This is fine. Like, same thing with the valve covers. The valve covers are gonna work. Okay, like it's gonna be fine. Me, as I'm like looking at that, I'm like, fucking stupid steel. It's fucking. This is ridiculous. I need a fucking bin it. It's gonna work though. It's gonna work. I have the silicone caulk and gasket material. Like this one, and then bolt it down. I got everything done. Eventually, it was like it got there, and it was like, yay! Intake and exhaust has gone through the roof. I was like, fucking ported it differently then too. After a sort of, I was like, yeah, I have the bottom. That's only going to. But that's top though. I can totally do that. Let me just. There's nothing saying I can't use that. It's like and it's sucking in air at the top and the bottom and the standard regular along the side. And so it's like, this will work. This is working. This is gonna work. This goes off to this side. That goes off to that side. So that way that has intake coming in from over there instead of over. Like, this is gonna work. All right. It's working. All right. This is working. And then it was like 11.5, 11.5. That's what I got. Injectors aren't enough. You know what I mean? I can't fucking put more into this. There's nothing. Like, this fucking fuel pump is it. So I can do this. This is going to take a while, but I can do this. All right? With the drill and all the fucking stupid, But it worked. It worked just fine. It worked. It worked. The O2 sensor was fine. Everything was happy. I got 11.5 from 15.9 from a fucking band. It's like, that's pretty good. They're like, there's no way you shaved off that. That's probably the correct thing to say. That's probably right. You know what I mean? Yeah, because like if you don't know, like there's the size, and then it's like, well, that's still just air intake that it'll try and move with timing off to this area. So it's like I could probably just fucking force like just a sideways tube, and I need it to be sealed anyways. So it's like that's gonna be where my clamp, and so I'll just fucking, sheet steel, clamp, drill, all that fucking stupid crap again, But it's like that's what that was. It's like all of that for 11.5 for an intake manifold. That's just like really good, along with an exhaust manifold. That's like this is essentially the largest fucking highest flowing exhaust manifold that I can get. Like there isn't gonna, and it's like on the inside. It's like I'm just gonna fucking just hog out material on this. Put on some high temperature enamel and ceramic thing. Like you hear the can rattling already. It was fun stuff. Especially after a certain point where it was like, I need this to be kind of like an equal link tube header. So I'm going to get out some steel. It's like, what is this? And then the manifold, and I'm just like, hacksaw is just going away. Just gonna stick this drill and then fucking bolt it on this area. They're just holes in the manifold, okay? But it's like it has one, all right? So it's like this just it'll go off over to, and then like that'll go, and then it'll return over from that area over there. And this one, and so it's like it's removed. It's because there's a fucking gap there, kind of. Like where the damn thing has to be bolted on to the fucking heads. So it's like that has to exist. You know what I mean? And so it's like this has to go up onto that fucking. This is just fucking insane. You know what I mean? Right? So it's like, well, this is gonna go up fucking faster, and then that's. I'm going to seal this area. I'm just going to have it go off over to there, I think. It's like a lot of stuff like that started happening. Because it's like they're usually 4 and it goes into a tube and it goes up 1. And it's like, I hate that. And it's like, and then 4 into like this one little fucking actual area. And it's like, I hate that. So it's like, this is, wait, what? Like, you hate all of those? I'm like, yeah. So just fucking do, it's like, that's going to go off from that top. And then like, this is going to have to be there. And then like that, and this has to go off over to this. Can it fucking, like, I can put a tube there. I can put some fucking sheet steel there. I can put some sheet steel. Fucking, this will work. I can do this. Let's plan this. And then it is effectively that. It was like, look, this goes over to here, which is where the vacuum is, and then the rest of this tube. It's like this one's going to be ready to fire. And so like that already fired. And like this one is already having, and then it's going to go travel over to this area where there is no exhaust. You know what I mean? It's like that's where the little hole thing is. And like that's going to, and it's like it has equal link. It's not. It's just sending it into a different area. So it's like this is going to go up into this other top part because it was like a 4-into-1 or something. But it was like, I can't do that. It's like, this is dumb. So it's like, this is going to have this go off over to here, which is going to send it over to there. So it's like, this is like a big old rail now, like that big old tube. But like that tube then is going to go and send it down to these other areas, that are at the top here, right? And so like that bifurcates that, and then like it's going to send most of it off, right? But then it sends it off into that. And it's like, this is kind of stupid, right? So it's like, well, this is a 4-into-1 now, right? It's like, So I hogged off the sides on that one, right? Because it's like, well, I got the top tubes, and then it's like, well, what is going on here? It was like I dropped it at the bottom. It's like that's where the actual thing is. That's gonna freaking have all the tubes come out anyways. It's like that's where it is. So it's like and it's like okay, so I'm gonna hog off the stupid sides. I have the top, and it's like this is the stupid sides. And it's like so that'll go over, and I'll try and distribute it, and then that'll go, and then that has to try and curve. It's like no, it's not gonna be able to drop from that. Yeah. So it's like this then curves over into this side area, and that one will curve into this side area, and like all of those, there's a bunch of fucking sheet steel, like literally, it's like several sheet steels layered, even though they're kind of on the thicker side, they're just layered. I'm not even kidding. It's like rivet and high temperature silicone, rivet high temperature silicone, like a bunch of that, and then like fucking just bolt that fucking shit down and Dremel and everything, and like, and it sticks, and it's just like fucking. I'm over this. It's like so basically it curves it from left to the rear and then right to the front. You know, like then it tries to fill the entire gap, and it comes out all together as one. And what I noticed was that it definitely helped out with the engine exhaust. Like for sure, it's equal length and kind of, not really, but it's like it's got a bigger volume to be able to push it into. You know what I mean? And it's got a faster exhaust, and it has a faster intake. So it's like everything's volumetrically more efficient, which is great. That's what you want. You know, and it's like right, and then that goes off to the whatever that is, combo thing. This is for my freaking what is this? Catalytic converter. God damn it. It's like I also have to freaking stick it to where it's supposed to go. So it's like, some riveting and silicone caulking and everything. It's like, and then like, there we go. It's done now. Now it goes into the catalytic converter. Yeah. And it's like, right, that's done. Everything's normal. Equaling tube header, normal stuff. Like literally everything's sent at the same amount of distance from the left and the right area to this catalytic converter. And so it goes from 8 into 1. Like everything's like really compact, 8 into 1, but it's not really an equaling tube header. Remember, it's just a larger volume. But it like, you know what I mean? But it's like it has to travel like some, and then the pulse. Anyways, point is, it goes breathy but a pulsy and roary kind of thing. Sounds dope, right? It's like, that's what my muffler could not handle. Because it's like, holy damn, that's a loud fucker. I need to fucking widen that. I'm just going to cut some slots here into this, and I'm going to put a fucking bunch of sheet steel around that, and layer it a couple of times. And if we could put that out there, and then like this will have like a different like couple of these things over in the rear for the muffler area. So now it's like it's a bigger pipe. You know what I mean? That's what it is. It's a bigger pipe now. So it's like everything's a bigger pipe. Like literally everything's just a much, much more massive, bigger pipe. It's like it was like 2.5 inches, maybe most, you know, and now it's like this is 4 inches. Except it's restrictive because of slot. Even if I cut them out, say it's going to be restricted. You know what I mean? So it's like it's 4 inches. It's not. But like because it's restricted and because it's going to resonate and all that, it's like high flow resonator kind of style. And it was like, oh, that's cool. That'll work. And it turned in from to but now much more baritone, so it's like very, very loud. Let's put it that way. Yeah, but not really. Like I fit within, because I checked, the decibel range of the law. So like that worked. Anyways, I also had to drill holes and then like rivet and then like bolt in the catalytic converter. It was like, oh, you should not do anything to that catalytic converter, right? And it's like, yeah, no, you're right. So I didn't. I just heard you say you did. Yes, but this is the part of the pipe where I'm allowed to do it to. Oh, well, then that's fine. Yeah. Big, ginormous carving out of the areas is just like, ugh. But it's stuck there. So. It's like it's blowing out more air and it's coming in with more air. So it's like more air than, it's the same thing with the pipe that comes in and the same thing with the pipe that comes out. It's like more air come in, more air come out. Still meet the smog and emissions test, so it was fine. That wasn't the big issue or deal. That none of that was a problem. In fact, there were no problems. 11.5, it's like 11.5 is all I could do. Remember, the quotation marks towards neon never happened stuff. But it's like that's all it was. Had fun with it. But it's also like, this took a long time. Like, I got it done now. Everything was fun. Everything was literally super fun doing this. Like, also, this is ridiculous because it's like, well, this is really, really large amounts of fuel. Like, what's your pressure? It's basically 90% of what I'm supposed to be doing as a max, like, load at any given one point in time. So it's 90% of that, which it's not ever supposed to do that. But it's surviving right now. Same thing with the damn fuel injectors. It's like, these are the fuel rail or whatever it has, right? And it's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna fucking stick this like this, because like all this is now kind of in the way, right? So it's like, stick this into this little curvy part and then seal it and then all that fucking thread stuff and that and that have fuel come from, and then that'll work like that. And here's my pressure gauge I just found off of something, so this will work. It's like, what is the pressure on your pressure gauge? 65 psi. Holy fuck! Granted, it's like the whole thing's like a big old rail now, like a fucking cylindrical oval rail thing. So you're not supposed to do that. Meanwhile, it's like, flow harder, flow faster, do more with flow. Do more flow, especially with all these like tubes I had to put in between. It's like, that was fine enough to find like aluminum tubes and just thread them the right way. It's like for real, it wasn't that hard. It was like same thing with like the little curved tubes. Like, I can find curved tubes. Like, I can do that. So a bunch of that basically happened. And so like the fuel rail now had like rails from side to side with like little in between, vertical. Well, they're X's more than anything. So, and then like the curve at the front and at the rear and the back for that. And so it's like, this has to be put on together in between. Yeah, no, like there's a whole bunch of in between here that's going on. It's like, this is a curved little X part. That's to go from the bottom up to the other bottom, and then the top and down to the top. So like that's how the X happened to be. And there's like, that's the across part, but then that's the across from one side of the rail to the other, and then there's like the curved part at the rear and at the front now. And so like all of this has to be fucking like bolted together and then like spun and then it's like it's all pieced together or through the manifold, and it all has to be put together as one part. It was an endeavor, let me put it that way. It was like, I have more fuel, is really what that meant. Like, it's a whole huge fuel reservoir that's at 65 psi. That's just like, inject now, bitch. I was like, okay. It's like, I've got all the fuel you'll ever want and need. Do it. Timing became another version of just like, it already knows the timing. I just have to fucking send the stupid leads to the right one. It's like, this is where tape came in and numbering. So it's like, this goes to this one. And that's that one. That's where it goes. Same thing. Yeah, but like, it was just a lot for that fuel rail to be done. Like, after a certain point, I was just like, fucking hate this, actually. You have no idea. It was like, oh, I'm gonna thread them. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, they're threaded. They're like studs, effectively. You have to fucking bolt them. This, not even a joke. I have to thread it in a little bit with Loctite, or in like a little O-ring, and then it's like, then I have to bolt it. You have to do the little bolt spin. So that way it stays where it's at. Like, all of it. Yeah, every fucking one of them had to have that. So that way it has more than enough pressure and it stays where it's at. It's literally all I'm doing. And there's a whole bunch of freaking chicken wire, effectively, everywhere to make sure no bolts spin and, come out. But then they're, like, connected to other tubes, right? So it's like the tube's not going to come out, but the bolt might. So it's like the fucking bolt needs to stay in there. It's like a lot of that started happening. After a third point, I was like, I am so over this. I don't want to do anything more. I am literally the most over I've ever been. I went to bed and I went and fucking ran a couple of times. In no way, remember, it never happened. Quotation marks there and all that. Because, shocker, I did do that. That is really what happened. It wasn't a Dodge Neon, it was a fucking van. It was real. All along I did this. Woo! Ta-da! And all that. Making it cheap, But it's like, this was a lot of work, and it took a long time, and a lot of fucking things I had to fucking bolt this rail into my fucking manifold, which is a whole thing. Because it's like, this needs to be in there. Yeah. I have to seal those bolts so the thing doesn't come in. This pressure is gonna go over here. I'm gonna stick a fucking piece over there, I guess. I don't fucking know. Maybe it helps. It's like, done. I was so just done after that, but it's like, yeah, no, my van's got the torqueys. It's got the wide open torqueys when you want it. Like, this fucker goes. I didn't do anything at all to the chassis. I'm saying it shows. Like, this fucker wants to flex. He wants to flex every time. So, it's like, there's nothing more after a certain point. It was just like, I need to bolt a bunch of fucking, like, hard steel cross-member beams and then, like, have a bunch of, like, other stuff. That's kind of something I did to begin with, for what it's worth. I had, like, a bunch of, like, fucking, so, you know how, like, you can bend steel and it gets, like, a little stiffer once you bend it into, like, certain shapes? Kind of a similar story, but then I cut or pierced or whatever, like, they're hole punchers. So I punched a bunch of holes the right way after I bent it. And then I, like, Dremel everything. And it was like, right, and then it's like, I'm gonna put it in a bolt and then, like, stud it, and then, like, this has a hoop on it. It's like, what? This has a hoop. And it's like, well, yeah, no, because this is gonna go to this tube system that's gonna be free floating, effectively. So I had a bunch of fucking steel tubes. But it's like, I can't use steel tubes because that's expensive. So it's like, I need this to be really fucking good at being able to hold its weight. So it's like, how do I make this good at holding its weight? What's a good springy thing that handles a lot of weight? water works. Wait, what? Water? Yeah, water's like a spring, I guess. It's a non-Newtonian fluid. What are you doing? It's like, well, then I'm going to put a vacuum here, and then, like, this is a non-Newtonian fluid that's going to spread out all of its mass, pressure point here, across all of this surface area of I can't use a limit. I need a fatigue limit. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, I have these whole steel sheet thingies, and I need this to be in something. And so it's like, well, this is going to be my like connecting point, and then like this is the vacuum around it for the tube that I just rolled up a bunch of fucking sheets and then sealed it like, compression rings, for the thing's called piston heads here. So it's like, okay, well, this is my rivet and the caulking, and then this is on this side, and then this side, and then this side, and this side, and this side, and this side. And so it's like, all right, and then this is water, and then this is air, not air stuff. So anyways, point is, I then had roll cage. But it's like, no. You have to remember, the water is the reason why strong, hard thing exists here. That is the chromoly steel part. This is my stiff chromoly part that helps because stretchy stuff and then like stiff stuff. But then also this is the vacuum, which then also acts like with this area as a suspension spring. So I tension it by sucking air out by using lever suck. Vacuum gauge, say it's this. That's great. So mild steel, just fine. Act like chromoly steel with combo parts. Weighs less, handle more. Lot less expensive. Much more work. So much more work. It's not even a joke. I was like, alright, so I have to ruffle this stupid tube, and then I have to do a tube ruffle tube, and then whole thing, and then the right area, so that way tension spring bullshit, and then like, connecting arm thing in between and outside, so tube within tube with the hole, and then ruffle, and so on. And eventually, what do you know? It's now a really strong, stiff material that's, both vertically ruffled, that, and then horizontally ruffled, like this, along the length of the tube. And it's like, how the hell? And it's like, really hard hole help. And then the right slots are just like, Dremel, and then like cut here and drill there, and then that's a slot. Anyways, but now it's a full roll cage. It's not compliant in the slightest. I don't care though, because it's like, guess what? I tested what your stupid shit's supposed to handle, and mine does it more. So fuck you. So, and van stiff as fuck. Ow. Yeah, except it still wants to twist. It's still like a fucking fat iron bitch. It's a torque monster. It's got all the air you could possibly give it. It's got great low end. It's got mid range. It's got the whole fucking top end, which is only gonna do like fucking this fucking like 7,000. I tried to knife edge this, we put like grooves, and then like like that little like curvy whatever on the things. So it's like a knife edge a little bit, and then groove in the side, so that way it handle it shit a little better. It lightened the load on the weight, so that helped. You know what I mean? And I also had to do other groove cuts in the fucking iron connecting rod, so it's like the right way, so that way it handled the loads better. And I had to like smooth it all down, and I had to oxidize with kind of slightly. It's gonna oxidize no matter what. So it was just like fuck this. And I hollowed them in certain areas, so that way it would be able to handle even more stress and be lighter now. And I was like, look at the bottom of this stupid shit. I never even took the damn crank out. I was just like, I'm gonna open up the pan a little bit, and I was just like, turn it down. Getting that little piston bottom part of the skirt to be like nice and strong and rigid because of geometric shape design and stresses for where it's gonna ultimately have its load, add into it. Same thing with the skirts. The skirt was another version of that on the inside diameter and the bottom and the heads and all that. So it was like there was that. And then it was like, all right, so I already have the heads off. So like, what's powder coating again? High temperature ceramic powder coating on the top and the bottom. So it's like the bottom of the heads, where like, and then it's like I'm gonna hog out some of that area. But it's like this is kind of annoying. So it's like powder coat, more compression. Same thing for like, but it's like I need IR. So it's like IR, blast the shit out of it, get this hot, and then cool off. Do the whole baking for the powder coating, so that way it really stays and sticks and seals and all that. Same thing with the top of the head. So it's like put a bunch of shims there, and then put a bunch of painter's tape around, and then powder coat, and then like and polish all of after I got it like at the right thickness. It's it was like there. Really fucking, just make sure I layer it up, and really got rid of porosity by doing that. By baking it in and then grind it off and all the rest of it. So it's like no porosity, which is great. And then like it still has the right gapping for the sides. Great stuff. Great compression. I had no ability to change the compression ratio of the rings, so there was that. But it's only air coming in better, and then air coming out better, with better timings. It's like, there's no way you shaved 3 seconds! There's no way you didn't shave 3 seconds! You know what I mean? I can hear it already. It's like, there's no way you got 3 seconds. That's a fucking shit ton of work, bro. There's no way you did all. Oh my lord! Put it all on my YouTube, and I put it on TikTok every step of the way I was doing everything. Yeah. You think I'm not? Fuck you, bitch. Brrr. Anyways, I was trying to figure out how to make a ram air, after the whole bike thing. So I was like, all right, so there's like this is kind of an air area. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not really good. And this is where the air box. So it's like maybe over here, or no, the radiator can't do that. And so I was like, all right, I'll get aluminum and sheet steel together, rivet with some fucking stupid plastic, and I'm gonna put it at the bottom. I have a chin spoiler, basically, chin splitter, that kind of thing. It's like I'm gonna put like a fucking bunch of plastic sheets, and then like aluminum sheet, and then steel, and do the whole with the caulking and sealing and all that. And like, that's going to be my bottom plate. But it's like, guess what? This is where my studs are. So guess who has diffusers? They're all the fucking bottom. But it's like, they're really small. Just for FYI out there, it's like, I curved this in, over here. Because like, that's all big area space that I don't need. So I was like, that's fine. And I just need to protect this area. So I was like, that's fine. That's going to be flat there. And it's like, and it's like, I have diffusers now. Diffusers. Same thing at the top. I was like, right. So like, these are going to be canards, quotation marks. They're real quotation markable. You know, it's literally that. It's like I've stuck on this fucking little part that makes it so that way, as a result of air flowing over, it'll become a drag force. But because it's a drag force, it then sticks to the boundary layer of the top of the roof there, and then like that's a higher pressure zone. This is a lower pressure zone. Now it's a big old spoiler, kind of stuff. Cool, right? And it's like same thing with the hood. They were like, you're not allowed to put anything on your hood. They didn't say I couldn't do bumps. So it's like, I'm going to do bumps. And I'm going to have a bunch of air that's coming in here at the bottom anyways. Because, like, that exists. And then, like, there's nothing saying I can't have the air from this go up towards that roof. Oh, wait, that's a hood. Anyways. And then it's like this with these bumps and then this fucking little scoop fucking thing forcing up air. Whoosh. Sends air up. And it's like, as air splits off, it then has a higher, and it wants to flow with the wind, already traveling that way. And it's like, the window then is stuck at its fucking angle. So it's like, this isn't gonna not be there anymore. So it's like, I carved off with like a little hacksaw and a couple of Dremel, and it was like, this is now where the plexiglass polycarbonate and like blend, and just layer and then press it together, and then now it's a window. But because it's not the front window, it's allowed to be that way. And it's like, then I just stuck on the stupid little things to make it a big old, but it has to sit on that, and it has to fit with the gasket and everything. So it's like, I got that done, but it's like, ugh. But now, I can see, stoplights. I'm tall, okay? Like, tall people preach out there. I can't see stoplights. I have to bend forward to see stoplights where the fucking stupid stop part is. You know, the line. You know, I hate this. I want to be able to just look up. I'm a tall person. Fuck that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not leaning forward for this. Fuck this. So it's like, this is where the window is now, so I can see stoplights. And like, this is where like little whale fin protrudy part is, and then like this is like the little, like, I'm gonna capture some of that air and then like send it to be, you know, with boundary layers, and this is just a bunch of bumps effectively. I literally got some golf balls, and it's like, just I split them in half, and it's just like at the top. Put some silicone caulking around that so that way it would like really stick, and I like painted over them before I did any of that, because like, man, that'll look cool. It's an iridescent shiny color. It's like pink rainbow iridescent holographic. It was expensive, but it was worth it because there's only this amount for fucking golf balls with dimples on it. And I only need a few of them, because like that's literally that's all that's necessary. And it's like over here, and then a little bit less over there, and now it's done. And then all the rest of them are right there, just off this little corner. You know, it's like, and then here at the rear, and that way it sucks it in. And that's also another reason why I have these over here at the sides that suck it in. But those are more like just 3D printed things that I fucking stuck onto that. It's like, here's some aluminum, and I have 3D print around, and I have sleeves onto it, and then like this, and it's like bolt, caulking, all that, done. And it's like, and it sucks in air from the sides and the top to the draft zone. Same thing with the diffuser, which has slight extenders that then suck it up towards the draft zone, which is nice. And it looks pretty cool, actually. You know, I like it anyways. But you know what it really means is that now I have more efficiency traveling through the air. Cool stuff, right? And I have a really good eco throttle, and then great cruise control. You know, it's like just gonna maintain that speed, you know. Just I've got all the air and fuel handled. It's like, this is what it, and it will drop everything as low as it can. Right? But it's like 11.5. I got 11 fucking 5. 11.5. Everybody's like, you get out 11.5. 11.5 is what I got. You're so limited. You're obviously feeling. You fucker. You know you could do more. You could easily put a fucking basic forced induction. This bitch. It's like I technically have that. I have a ram air right now. Because like that chin splitter, that's the ram air. So it's like it scoops in, it splits air, and then like, that's the ram that goes up to like where the actual air box is. I was like, that air box is now basically this is the filter, and everything else is just curving air into like manifold area. It's like 11.5, still 11.5. I got more air. Don't have enough fuel. There's no way I have enough fuel. So it's like, this is the O2 sensor. It says, make sure it matches that. And it's like, well, this is what it will do. It's like, this is the maximum. You probably have more, because you make, I'm not going to put in more injectors. It was already meant specifically to just be like a good cruise and be able to have really high torque at that low end. Because like I lifted it up. Even though I do have these like indented diffuser areas and then like that's all it is. I didn't stick things onto it, but I do technically have that in certain areas for where I have to have the suspension there, right? So it's like that was a whole other thing. I was like, look at this fucking hunk of junk. I was like, I need it to be lighter. It only experience things in these areas anyways for these stressors and so on and so forth. And it was like, I need to now spray make sure it's sealed off of rust, that kind of thing. And it's like, that's what I did. I hogged that out and I got like fucking disc brakes all around. Oh yeah, disc brakes with the pads, all of it. It was fucking nice. Got all the fucking drilled and slotted and vented brakes. It's fucking phenomenal. I loved it. Super great. Had to do the fucking venting myself. This is really hard. No one to help. It sucked. I was like, I'm gonna have this little stupid, electric motor solenoid. And it's just gonna ram like the brake down, and I'll press the button, and it goes and it's like, all right, it's bleeding, it's bled. And I checked all of them. I think that's how I did it. Like, I can build it with my freaking 3D printers and all that. This is simple. This is simple stuff. Anyways, it's like the throttle body's huge. The thing is, I have no real, technically speaking, forced induction. I was like, all right, so how do I make this be water to air over here? And so then I forced water, because like this is like I can bifurcate this and put a bunch of little freaking areas of like little raised, parts, and I put another tube in there that's a bunch of ruffles. So like these are just like, hollow fins effectively. That's all it is. As I force air through that. And it's like, that's then cooling it, right? And it's like, well, the sides, yes. The sides are okay, sure, yeah. But it's like, no, I need it to then go through this, like, little, and then to the air box. And so, like, that was just another version of, like, so, like, the air box got this, like, reservoir, and then it goes down, and then it goes over through the throttle body side, and then it, like, goes through its own, like, little, channel thing. Like, literally, it's like, these are just teardrop shaped, like, little hollow aluminum fins. That's all it's doing. And it's like, then it goes off into the manifold. And so it's like, that's done. It's like, that's done. It's literally, and then, like, this is the pump that sends it off to the front, which is, like, how I built my water to air intercooler. Because I also built the radiator myself. So this goes from the top, and then it spreads it off to the two sides. It goes forward from the two sides towards the center, and then downwards, and then outwards to the sides again, and then that gets sent to the pump at some two sides, and it goes down to the bottom reservoir, and then it goes, and so like it spends more time being cooled in big, huge water cooler. But it's way easier to manufacture that when like you have to do a bunch of fucking rivets and sheets that you have to bend. So this is way easier. Fuck that shit. Like this is done. You know, yeah. So I was just like, oh, okay, that's done. That was easy. And like big water to air is much more often ambient. Depending, you know what I mean? No active. Although I did start trying to do active with the because I have an AC. You know what I mean? And so I was like, all right. So I was like, well, you know, it's like, okay. So I'll just stick this AC. Yeah, this is a gas. So it's like this is a water to air or water to water or whatever. So this is just an exchanger. So it's like this will exchange the coolant that I have stuck in between for the gas that I'm using, the water that's cooling everything, right? And so it's like that's, and then the water gets colder, and then it of course it exchanges, you know, from the AC, and then you still have the water to water air exchanger. So it's like that'll still work just fine. You know what I mean? It's like I doubled the overall effective exchange capacity for the AC, and also increase the efficiency of the AC by doing so I can actually constantly actively cool that ram air coming in. And then it was like, these injectors! I was like, how the fuck do I make injectors? Everybody keeps talking about injectors. So here's a diaphragm in a tube. There's a nozzle. This is a fucking. This is. What is this? This is fine. And this will rotate, and then this will then stick in, and then I'll have a flywheel, and then like this will and then in, and then that's how that works. It'll draw it back. It just engages it when it's necessary. Like, because that's the solenoid part. It's like, here's a solenoid. Really fast, like that. Because it's like the flywheel and then the spin, and it yanks it back. And then, like, during the yank back, it sucks in fluid from that pressure into the chamber, ready for it to fire it back in. So it's like, because that's no longer, there's nothing there. So it's like, you know, that kind of thing. And it's like standard regular injectors plus these ones out to the right. You know, it's like plus these ones, you know what I mean? But those aren't, you know, there's the same. That's what it is, you know. It's like boom, but it works. It did. It worked pretty well for what it was worth. It was like, all right, I will now send more fuel. I need a pressure thing. How do I make a fucking stupid fuel pump? I'm just gonna add another fucking fuel pump to my fuel pump that I'm already fucking using. No, I can't do that. I'll just add a second one to the tank. I'm just gonna make a bigger tank. Fuck this shit. Same standard fuel pump. Now I'm operating at 50%, and then this one's at 50%, but it's much bigger. That I made myself because I'm cool and I'm not like you guys. Apparently, is what you want me to say. What is that? No. Like, what the fuck? No. It's literally a diaphragm. If you don't know. It's okay, so it's the same thing. So it goes into a little area and then it pushes down. That's all it does. And then when it pushes up, it fires. And it pushes down, it fires. And it pushes up, fires. That's all it does. And it'll rotate onto anything. That's all it's doing. You could rotate. It's like, no, I'm not. Because it's like, that's the resistor. The resistor for my fuel pump, that's that. It's like, this given size of diameter to this like many different little arm and all this other stuff. So it's like this now gives me this amount of flow rate. All right, so it's like this is the flow rate for my pump that I have. That's just the resistor to this. So it's 50% and this is 50%, and it's like, yo, there we go, it's done. And it was like, all right, so everything got more fuel pressure, more fuel, the big, huge fuel tank. Yeah, no, I was like, well, where do I put it? Is this where the fuel tank? I'll just fucking add all this other area to be fuel tank. It's practically like all I did, yeah. It's like this is underneath the seat. This is where this, and like all of that, and this is where it comes in. This is all fucking fuel tank. This is literally all fuel tank. It's like all the way up to that point. And it's like there's a bunch of little baffles, but it's again, it's like this is like unreactive, silicon caulking and then rivet and then like, the right groove and like several of them and then just done with it. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It was like same thing with enamel. It was like just fucking sand it and that was done. You have powder coating. It was like, yeah, no, it was. That's the enamel. That's powder coating. That's what that is. So they have to add that to there, but it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, no, that works. And it's like, I'm done. Here is my 173.2 gallons of fuel. My fuel pressure is still at 65 across the board. PSI. Yeah. With like a fuel, like, I don't even know what that is anymore, but it's like, this is a really high flow rate system. I was like, I can just dynamic this, because this is fine, because this is the solenoid for that, and that's that. And so it's like, I'll just basically have these leads from this be sent to the same thing. And it's like, this is the timing. So it's like, this is like how long, and this is how many times. That kind of thing, right? It's like, it's like, done. It's like, all right, O2 sensor says everything's fine. There's no way that oh, wait, yeah, no, okay. So, like, you had really not decided to really make much air go in here, did you? Not, well, no, I did. Yeah, okay, so, like, this is one of those, like, damned if you do, damned if you don't tell people sometimes sort of thing. Because it's like, well, look at my thing. I didn't do any divot. No, sorry, man. I know that you want me to do that, but it's like, no, I can't do that. So, like, no donut-shaped piston heads like the SkyActiv technology from Mazda. It's super cool, but it's like, this was like, oh, I have better timing and slightly better duration, but in fact, I can do way more. I'm barely actually really putting that much air in, considering how advanced my timing is, and even advanced for my exhaust has become. It's like I advance my, and then it only durates this much, and it's like gone after that. And it's like, yeah, no, I can see that, because it's like this is the amount of air I really. And it's like finally back to real timings for my fucking camshaft. It's like, yeah, full power. It's like the O2 sensor goes, yes, everything's good. And I went, all right, so now I'm at a racetrack, like a real legal racetrack, all the things. And I go, all right, I'm going to warm it up, do the things, blah, 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 blah. Super cool stuff. Brrr, just go for it. And it's like, all right, let's see what I can do. I'm seeing 8.7. Fucking, it was 8.8. It was 8 dead. Let's do it again. 8.6. Fuck. Holy shit. Yeah! These tires are gonna die. I never changed the tires out. I need to change these tires out. I need to get bigger fucking tires. I'm done. You need to do one more. Oh, it's 11. Oh, wow. Crazy. So yeah, something must have happened. I don't know. Tires. So I paid for fucking real tires for me for once. I got I got like these fender things that I just basically chop that part off, rivet, caulking. Some rolls, you know. And it's like, here's like things they 3D printed onto this so that way they could fit this bigger fucker. And the same thing with the fucking fronts from bigger fuckers. But like they have actual treads and they're all weather and all kind of like that. So like, you know, it's not just for fucking pulling it. You know, it's actually meant for like camping. It's supposed to be for camping. Just for anyone's out there's information's camping. Like literally. I even built like my own like little I'm gonna squeeze and cast and all that and then all this other stuff for like guess what? I now have multiple like little pivot points for independent link suspension, and it's like, what is a limited slip and all this other? Okay, I can make that. That's fucking easy. Let me just and then I got a limited slip, active traction control, and it's like, what's a transfer box? Let me fucking see that bastard. Oh, I can do that. That's fine. Wait, what? You can do... Wait, what? What's going on over here? And then it's like, oh, I got front-wheel drive as well and rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, torque vectory, you know, gear ratio changey kind of thing with slipping and so on. It's like, what's the drive shaft? It's like, oh, yeah, no, drive shaft. You know, same thing. It's the same... Wait, what? Yeah, no, I just added it to that. Do you have a pulley? No, I don't have a pulley. Why would I use a pulley? Wait, what? No. It's like this is the U joint, and it's like this is like how I make it so that way it goes to all of these things. It's like fuck U joints. This is my socket technology that'll rotate this fucker. It's like it's like here's my new axle, you know, differential stuff, and it's like done. I was done. I hogged out some stuff. I fucking cleaned it off, you know, did the whole spray thing, did all that. It looks nice. You wouldn't even know that it's basically the same shit that it came with. All-wheel drive, fucking lifted suspension. This was fun, by the way, to figure out, by the way. So I was like, how the fuck do I lift this cheap? How'd they make springs? Fucking damn it, motherfucker. I'm gonna have to get out the forge. Dung, 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 dung. The whole thing, I was like, it's basically, that's what it is. That's like, that's a pressurized casting mold with the, like, the little thing, you know, and like really try and compress it and then rapidly cool it. And then it was like, all right, I'm done with that. I was like, I got a spring. I got this cool. It's an entirely different type of spring concept. So I got leaf springs and then like coil springs and all this other stuff. But it's like I still need to fucking like heat it up and then like fucking compress the shit out of it. You know, like beat it and then all that. And I need to do it the right way so that way it creates internal stressors. So that way it creates a spring. So it's like it's already cast more or less the right way, right? And it's like right now I gotta then open it and then like twist it slightly and then twist it another way and then compress it. And as I'm doing that, as I'm beating it, it then creates internal stressors. And it's like spring, ding 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 ding. Jeez, really good spring now. I then painted it and then sanded it down and painted it and then sanded it down and painted it, did that a couple times with powder coating because like springs do rust, so like that's a thing, and they're hollow. I had to make mine hollow. That's how I had to like fucking bend it and everything. Is like that's the ball peen hammer and like the internal stressors. And I have to forge weld it. It's like and then it's like oh no, I got a spring. I was like twist it and anyways, point is it's like it's heated, it's quenched, and I had to do a whole bunch of tempering. It's a fucking but you can't do tempering. So it's like you have to do quick quench areas and then tempering areas and then all that. So that way like you'd have the ability to have it be a spring the right way. It's like ding 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 ding. But it's like I don't want it to be a shitty spring. Because it's hollow anyways. So it's like alright. well, this is easy. So this is like, it's like, this is pressurized fluid, and this is a vacuum here, and then there's holes here. And now I have a air spring, vacuum spring, tension as it goes out, it tries to go back in, and then pressure, and then it's like air holes for shock. So I have an air spring, steel spring, tension spring, shock. All in one. It was like, there we go, boop, and it's like, there we go. Fuck my shocks, I guess. Because that's literally what that was. It was like, I need to make my engine bay stronger, and then this was never meant to enhance. So this is, and rail bars need to be everywhere. I need fucking engine stiffeners, and like this is fucking annoying me. But this was already gonna have something. So it's like, I'll just add like this little curved part, and then like little spring tension from like the vacuum versus like the water, and then pressure system fluid thing, for that, and then like the mild steel. But it's like, well, the mild steel is not, it's just going to bend. And it's like, yeah, no, I was using the entire surface area of mild steel to act like a spring because of the water. But it's like, there's got to be a better way to do this. Springs! I have springs for myself. Springs! Now they're just really stiff. They're like really stiff arms with like tension, suspension bridge tension lines that are the vacuum area and the pressure area. And it's like, this will be my spring that it'll actually compress. You know what I mean? So like that'll work. And then now it's like super strong. So it spreads all of the weight across the entirety of the structure. Anyways, got it all done. I have more fuel. I have all-wheel drive. Bigger tires, much bigger tires all across the board. All the way across the sky, you could say, almost. Whoa, two of them, Schmoyo. And unfortunately, the guy that had a heart attack. Anyways, brrr, and went off, did my thing. They were like, do you have any idea how to make compressor? I was like, yeah, no, I do. So I then proceeded to, at that point. So that was fun, because it's like, I just gotta chop this off and then put it over to here, and then I go from down and then in, and then all the, out, so in and then out, and then that'll go down, spin two things as it goes through, and then out, and then that's from that, and then it goes off into like the catalytic converter. I have one big old axle over there, and that's my compressor. That's my air scoopy. It scoops. Goes into this compressor, which then also has like this torque thingy increaser called an engine, because it's a super turbo. That's right, you guessed it. It's a Ram Air Super Turbo. I then was like, yeah, no, that's probably about it. That's all I could really do, unless I want to get actual like decent heads. It's like, do you have any way to weld or anything? So I don't, but like, let me just drill that out, thread it, and and then I'll just like ding electroplate kind of thing. And it's like, all right, I'll angle this. How do I make the fucking valves do this? I'll just and then like this. Alright, so I got the valves to be angled the right way, and like now they'll be the right timing for this, which is good. And it's like, this is full open, so it goes down, and it's next to the air, or the cylinder, and it's gonna skip off with a bunch of of fuel that's just gonna inject right into it. We're gonna get a little bit better scavenging for a bit. Now I got two scavenging styles. So it works. I had to drill, Dremel, polish, and then like fucking thread this fucking thing, and then like that's like its actual bearing. that I had to make myself. That was and then caulking, high temperature silicone caulking everywhere all the time. Electroplating, so that way it really doesn't want to break. It's like it's there, it's in there. Anyways, it goes down and it curves and then it spins. The fuel has time to atomize and mix, and then take heat off of the cylinder walls. Anyways, I'm at like fucking, I think, 25 psi. I have the extra air going into cooling. So it's like this vortexes and then it cools off in this little area. So like vortex and colder air coming in, hot air goes off that way. But it's like this is a hot area. So if I have it go off to that hot area, it's like a vacuum because it's moving air and it's hotter, which helps draw air in faster. And so like that'll help cool and like condense things. So like, but then it was like, all right, so if I have this little tubey here, it's like that's where oxygen should be versus nitrogen at these RPM spins. It's like, well, I have no like fucking actual blow off valve because fuck that. Like, why should I have that? Anyways, it spins and it goes through, and once it gets to the right pressure, it goes, nope, just do this now. Just immediately start this. So like the ventilator's a higher gear, and it goes to a lower gear, and then it'll eventually do this little clutch thing, and it sends all of its stuff to the thing called the crankshaft, right? This is what you want. Or it runs the entire serpentine belt. Depends. Like if it gets to the point where the serpentine belt is no longer being driven by this from the turbine setup, okay, then it's like that's gonna go send it to the crankshaft. All right, because it's like that's parasitic loss. I don't want that. That's stupid. I'll just fucking use work energy to run that from my turbine. So anyways, it's like, then it's like, it's spinning faster, but it's like, all right, I need extra to, but it's like, I've got lots of pressure that I can use. So like this heat is less pressure, but like this is more pressure, and it's condensing. Point is, it's like now I don't need this water cooler quite the same way. Like this water cooler is now going to be turned into like with the phase changer, kind of setup. It's like this is lower. This is then going to go into like, oh, guess what? I opened up the size, and then it's like, well, I'm going to run it through faster. And the same thing with the compressor for my AC. So it's like, well, that'll help actively increase the cooling, alongside of using little tricks from our air coming in. So it's like our air coming in, then I'm going to pump more oxygen in. That's colder. And it's like, well, now, because I have this air-to-air intercooler that's inside the tube going to the manifold. So it's like, if I have it vacuum out this and so on, it's like, and then that goes off to the heat area. And anyways, cold, more oxygen, air-to-air exchange, cold, stuff like that, condense thing, faster, denser air. That's more oxygen. It has more oxygen. So, like, that's good stuff. The only problem was it's like, it detonates now. Oxygen levels will detonate when you get to a certain point. It's like, it's super cold. What's it going in at? Negative 69C. It feels way warmer than my fucking, like, air coming in. Or two-star scavenge is like, yeah, let me just warm up. It's like middle dead center, but it's actually a little bit after middle dead center. It's like then it exhausts, and then it's like, all right, then we're going to have the intake start. And then it's like, oh, yeah, no. Right? But it's like, I need fuel to come in by the time it gets to the bottom dead center. Right? So it's a full fucking fat, like, cylinder volume of air that's been pressurized with more oxygen. And it just got cooled with way colder air after the exhaust left. that comes in at an angle, and it swirls downwards towards the cylinder where the piston head is, and then comes back up towards where the exhaust is, which also is like at an angle towards the cylinder wall, and like has effectively an angled valve. So it's like the angled valve, the poppet part is angled to the valve stem as well, and so it's like it gets really close to that cylinder wall. So it's going to get really cold, and then it closes, and then it's like, well, then that cylinder wall hotspot is now going to get cold by phase changing gas with really colder air, like in fact insanely cold air. Like my cylinders are much colder. It's like 69C comes in. It's like it's cooling off for sure. Like there's no way it's not, right? And then it's like right. But then it's like a little bit of fuel for scavenge, right? Because like that's what I want. And it's like and it goes off with that cold air, and then it's like right. But then a little bit of fuel will go in, and then it'll mix as it closes, so it goes up and then over, and then it has like that hot exhaust area, and then it goes and it burns it. Right, but it's like I have now more fuel, and I also closed off the poppet valve, so like, that's not coming back. Like anti-lag almost, But it's like it also phase changed the gas. So it's like it was a liquid, now it's a freaking definite vapor. So that's good. And it's like now it's doing the liquid coming in with vapor, and then it's like it's going to phase change as it spins, because of course it'll warm up as it goes from this given area of volume to this given area of volume, smaller, so hotter. It also rotate faster, which will introduce boundary layer frictions. Then goes bang with spark. I know, it's like, oh you think that won't be a detonation? It's like, no, you're right though. Like, for what it's worth, it's like I have a very retarded timing. It's like do, and then after it's top dead center and it goes over, it's like, oh yeah, no, bang, woo. It's like it's effectively as retarded the timing as I can, because that's this new version of time. It's already accelerating away. You know what I mean? So it's like it'll then detonate and definitely combust for sure, as it'll detonate here, and then that'll pressurize it, and then another compression, but then like also still regular burn as it goes through, and then it's expanding anyways. So it's like it's gonna burn roughly-ish with the speed of the pistons, which is good, because like then it's like all the way down to middle dead center, and then like a little bit after, then it has to start the whole process over again. Cool stuff, except for the fact that it's like, right, with the way I deliver that power, well, yes, for that initial, like, oh no, it's fine, like, you know what I mean, like, go, and then it's like, oh yeah, no, two-stroke scavenge, it's like I have a full two-stroke, cylinder volume. Like it's really efficient, right? The crankshaft can handle it. Okay, so it's like I did the whole arm thing, and I did the whole like all these little tips and tricks for like hogging out areas, right? Right, to make it stiffer for the given received loads. Yes. It has to have like certain areas cut away to help that, But it's like it's lighter now. And it's like I can really lighten the loads on my counter rates. So it's like that's what I did too. Which helps, right? But it's like you're gonna hear the very fact that this fucking transmission in this crankshaft does not like having that power. This crankshaft's like, no, I'll do it, but just barely, you fucker. And then, like, my transmission is like, yeah, you're a fucking dick. You're within the RPM limit I'm supposed to have. But, I'm really not supposed to have never-ending torque the entire 360-degree rotation that I have. And, great. Because it's like that's a crossplane. That's the old things that they had. So it's like, it just barely squeaks by. And I mean this. It's like the counter weight, I have to frickin', but also like where it's connected in other places to essentially make absolutely certain it's able to handle and put all the stress and load throughout all of it. And I have to hog it in the middle. So I got a big old fucking drill and then polish the shit out of it because it's like, it has to be hollow. If it's not hollow, it won't do it. Like, it literally won't. I'm not kidding. It was like, this thing, and I have to scour on the insides, all these stupid fluty thing designs. Also that way, it's like, and it has to have the right thickness, and that's also, it supports the given load on itself correctly. Fuck. The transmission, it's like, let me look at those fucking gears. More hogging, more this, more that. It's lighter, sure, but it'll handle it finally. It's like, oh wow. The same thing with like my transfer socket thing, you know what I mean? For that fucker. Yeah. And it's like, it's technically a pulley, right? And it's like, that's not a pulley, that's like a fucking gear to gear. Yeah. It's like, and it's like, this is evenly split. There's nothing between the two. It's like, wait, what? Really? Yeah, no, it's 1-to-1. This is your, and it's like, this is just gear ratios for like where the axles are, because I like made them smaller and then larger, and then like I did the right like little ratio, gears. It's like a gear pack effectively, but it's like I just kind of split them, and so like that way it would like do the other little socket thing. And so it's like, it would change its gear ratio teeth depending on when I wanted to engage, and it has a degree of slip. And so like now I have more over there and more over there, and I can change it with solenoids. So it's like, yeah, and it goes in like this, and it's like, this is dynamic with this accelerometer data, or this was mechanical. I just made it mechanical most of the time. It's like this, I just want it 40-60 split, and then I want this, more or less dynamically between these given areas of, like I have 20% to play with, right? It's like, but I want this kind of like bell curve in this area, depending on traction control and all the rest of it. Anyways, that all started being what that was. But it's like, then it's like with accelerometers, it's like you can dynamically change that. But this one was just like within this given area of this stiffness. It's like it's just trying to maintain within this bell curve. So it's like trying to maintain the middle. It's allowed to go over this far on either side. So it's like that's power, lower to higher. Right? And it's like, then it's traction control, which is another version of like, I just need it to make sure it's maintaining the same speed continuing with the GPS thing that we have. So it's like, that's fine, for the speedometer, right? So it's like, that was all well and good. And it's like, let's go to the track. And so then I did. So everything's all Gucci, like literally, like seriously, sweetie cool, bro. Like smog's good, the tires are good, the sound's okay, all of it's fine. But it's like, nice, 2-stroke. It's like, I bumped it up to 12K. Is what I wanted to. I didn't. I left it at 7. Like, you can do up to like 7, and like that's it. But it was like, it's not gonna do that. It was like, that's the original, tachometer. So it was like, yeah, I'm never gonna do that, because I had a 2-stroke. There's almost a full length of stroke to put air in and fuel, and it's like, also I'm getting as much as that power stroke, because power stroke's more or less to middle dead center, slightly after, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's really kind of what it can do, right? So it's like, well, I got all that. So it's like, let's go for it. And it's like, uh-oh. And it's like, I'm smashing 7s out left, right, and center. I'm not kidding. I was like, 7s all day, all night. It was fun. It was like 7-9. I got down to different timings and shit, and I got down to 7-8. And it was like, all right, it was like I got down to 7-2 by the end of the night, and it was like 7-1 to 7-2 all night. It's good to go. That's all it was. But it's built effectively like that. It's like I got downforce, I got mechanical grip, I've got all-wheel drive, I've got two-stroke, I've got higher oxygen air that's cold as fuck, like a whole system for this. Brrr. So it's going for it with this little suspension exoskeleton. So I have the so I have like the roll cage. Sorry, not exoskeleton. It'd be a skeleton. Anyways, point is, I have the roll cage, but then like it's an internal part that also is a suspension. So it's like that takes this back part that it's trying to lift during that moment and sends it over towards the front here to try and like balance it. So it's like this then all has to pivot on a floating area in between on that internal roll cage, tube system that then has it lift that part over to where the front is, and so off at this point of pivot. And so it's like while I'm braking, it's fine. It'll send it to the rear, and it'll act like that whole front part from that pivot point is actually now in the rear, and so on. For like left and right as best it can do, but I didn't have any like cool, suspension trick. Although I did manage to get it to like turn a little bit for the rear and then the front, a little better camber, that kind of thing. And it's managed to get a little bit out of that. But it's like cool stuff, right? But it was for camping, so it's like that got basically turned off. Went back to 4-stroke. And then it's still there, for when I'm like a high altitude. It's like, I really need to get up this hill. So it's like, and it's already lifted. All right, so it's already lifted, like pretty decently lifted. It's got all independent link and then, all that stuff. So it's like, it's got lockers as a result of all of this. So it's like all of it can be locked or limited slip or so on, depending on what you want to do. And you can set that up yourself. To be whatever it is you want it to do and be at that moment. But it's like, mine is like, this is to do the thing that crawls. So it's like, this is a rock crawler. So it's just like, it's locking. It just automatically does it. Yeah, it's like fucking dope. I have torque, so much torque now. It's like, there's never a point when I'm not using the super turbo with the cooler thing. Like, I know you're like, oh, you turned it off, and I'm like, yeah, well, a little, like it's now like colder air for sure. It's definitely more oxygen, but it's like, it's not that, but it's like super torque. Instead of like 2-stroke, it'll drop into 2-stroke because like that's where like, so like how the camshafts work. I have to have like this other like that little hydraulic ram that it hits, and then like that will punch it in. So like I brought in a bunch of hydraulic ram stuff. All right, so like the top and the bottom, or the sides here in this instance, are actually like what pushes it in, kind of like a rocker arm where it pivots. It goes up and it pivots, and like that. But this one's a little different, where like it just sort of pushes that, and then like that's actually for the exhaust side, and like depending on where and which this solenoid is, it's like this is 2-stroke mode, and like the hydraulic fluid goes off to here instead versus there. So it's like this now is 2-stroke versus 4-stroke, and these are our timings because it can change where it is, where that arm is positioned dynamically, right? Because like I had to do a bunch of drill and slide and bolts and stuff. But the point is, you get the picture on like why the camshafts are fine, but it's just a bunch of hydraulic rams that then press it, because it's a 1-to-1. Hydraulic rams are 1-to-1, right? So it's like that's just pressurized hydraulic fluid in a tube, and then it presses it this much, and then it'll press it back. It has valves anyway, or springs. So it's like the spring, it's going to go back anyways. So That means I have 2-stroke and 4-stroke, and it's like it'll dynamically on rock crawler make sure it has the necessary torque to make the necessary climb for what it needs, right? And the only reason why I'm talking about it because it's like, well, at 3,000 RPM on a 4-stroke, it's every 4 strokes. A 2-stroke scavenge now, you know what I mean? Is like you divide by 4. From 3,000 divided by 4, you get that many power strokes. Well, you divide by 2 now, but it's 2-stroke scavenge across 8 cylinders, which now means it's like a 4 banger that's a 1-stroke. With a hell of a lot more power, and it's like there's multi-layer steel, and then so a little bit of yes, what was it? Aluminum, right, and some high temperature silicon gasket. So it's like I used multi-layer steel, and then I had aluminum shim basically, that I had to put with the silicone gasket, so that way it would like really hardcore squish and seal, and like that way it would not be able to get over and burn that gasket, out, right? So it's like cool. It was also hot. It's like higher oxygen content, burn more fast, but also hotter. It's like that's fine because more fuel. I'll just dump more fuel in. It's also colder air. It's still gonna be hotter, but it's like I'm also cooling it rapidly. So it's like really hot, and it's only gonna experience that for a short period of time. But then it's like really suddenly cold. It's like 25 psi. This is octane, 83 octane fuel. All because they made it basically become a phase change fuel. This is what ethanol does. So it's like, that'll work. It's like, my camper van has very good efficiencies now. It's like, it's all about throttle and dynamically changing when it needs to switch. It's like, that was a bunch of ECU stuff. It's like, this is its ECU. Rip that out. Like, this is what an ECU really is. This is going to be an analog circuit, and I already talked about my transistor, internet protocol stuff. So it's like, this is basically what that is, but like different, because it's like, this is analog, digital, like this is my digital flash drive, effectively. So it's like, this sticks in, and then like, this is the alternate is like for battery, and so like this modulates it like this, and so it checks this for the analog that comes in, and it then does that, and like this then flows through that, like that for that check, and basically it goes in. It knows the lead time, by the way. I love this one. I managed to set up a ping system for this, for like electrical leads for like copper wires. Like it takes a certain amount of time for electrons to flow to a certain point. So it's like it needs to know the millisecond lag for what that is. And so it'll test that first, and it'll know what the lag is for the analog digital computer that I basically built. You know what I mean? And then it was like, well, this will work. And then this just changes this for like my little, buttons that I press for eco. And then this is dynamic, and this is high power. This is a rock crawler, that kind of thing for solenoid setups. And so that'll easily work. It's all analog, but it's super fast because it's just analog circuits. Super fast styles of do it, and then like this is the reason why it's digital because it has a flash drive. You know what I mean? So it's like that'll just done. You know what I mean? I'm good. I don't have to care anymore. It was like I figured out ping systems. I figured out all this other cool stuff. But anyways, the reason why I did that was all because it's like, well, this will make it so that way dynamically it can climb, it can do all of this super quickly without me needing to check a whole bunch of other shit if it's working. Like, fuck that. Just do it. Like, screw that shit. Like, this is already being checked and modulating it here anyways. So it's like, this just automatically changes it like that. So I don't have to worry. And it's as fast as possible it can be done. So that way it's like, you won't even notice it's doing it. And you can even lock one side versus another. It's like, you remember limited slip, it's like one side is the slippy side. It's like, no. Both sides are slippy sides and locky sides. So it's like, this will just lock. And like, this will just lock. That kind of thing. Right? And it's like, for the power output that you want it to have. That kind of stuff. So, easy. And that meant I could get really efficient travel to these really high altitudes and just camp up there for like long periods of time. Normally you'd never want to, right? Because it's like, this is almost like a fucking 70% nothing but big, huge, deep ass, like gunk, like holes effectively. And it was like, no, this is fine. Honestly, I could do this. The big honking tires. Fucking Mongo behemoths. They're huge, right? Like 33 inches with beadlocks and shit, and like little. So it's this huge, wide, big. But it's like, yay! I'm going uphill. Got my like little camper at the top, and then I have a bed that flips out in the rear, and like this is like the seats, right? And then I have like a little sink, and all this other stuff. It's good stuff. I can poop, I can sleep, I can eat. I have AC, and I have IR mittens from the camper top that's there, so like that flips open in an entirely different way. So it's like this has like a big. It's a good way to put this. It slides. So it's like open, and then like this slides open like a aperture to a camera. So it opens up like that, and it has a bunch of suspension as it does that, and then it has a bunch of tubes that will then slide open, and then the camper shells go up, and then they create a flat little thing that then has like a net, the first net, and then like those little tubes, those are like just gonna handle being locked, so like a dunk. Right? But those are also where your main tent inside is, with insulation, and then like air from outside can go from down up, and then it'll go down along the sides of the inside where the tubes are, because it's like this insulated, and like an air gap, and then it goes down, and it goes through a bunch of little air holes along the side, and then so a good way to put this is like along the side and at the top, and it has to go through this little center part that's the actual air vent, for heating, like a hot plate. I don't usually use a hot plate, I use light, so it's like I have a bunch of little holes, so it's like a lot of fiber optics effectively, and like that's where the IR part is, so I have IR mittens for the camper shell at the top. And then it's like, I have like this little sliding, suspension thing. So a good way to put that is like, remember you have like a nail, and then you put like a toothpick there, and then like a rubber band, and then a hammer's there, and it's like, because it's angled the right way, it's like that's a suspension bridge, right? And it's like it should never be able to hang off like that. And it's like, no, but it does. So it's like the same thing with these solar panels that I hook on, and then like it does that, it hangs off. And it's like, now I have an IR mittens, but I have a phase change, because it's like it's at the top, right? And it's going to cool and condense. And so since it's going to cool and condense, I have a bunch of air that has to go through, it flows through as well, and it's also IR emitting. So it's like those are, with the camera shell at the bottom, it has sticking up heatsink, vents, but then also has like these little radiator heatsink areas. So it's a radiator, it's a heat exchanger, like a really efficient one, But what it means is like it goes up and it condenses, and then then it pumps it down at the bottom, and then it has the cooler, pump, and then it have a bunch of little holes at the bottom that then will suck air in from the cabin of the van into the camper. But so it cools anybody that's sleeping below, and it also cools the camp at the top. It also control air in, but that's like like when you want it to. So it's like you'll just seal those. So, like, that's a nice little way and a neat trick to have a much larger camping tent, like way larger, stupendously bigger for the top. But I also have like these little arms that I put on the corners, right, of the rear and then at the front. So it's like these will hook onto like the little, engine bay area. They'll fold out, and then they'll fold out these other little tripods. But they're really bipods. So it's like they're angled off to the side. So it folds open, and then those fold down, and like that then sticks at various angles the right thing, and then like you'll have a little arm that's in there in the center of that tube that you folded out, and like that can then stick there. So it is a real tripod. It's like, and that's all four corners. It has springs and it has shocks. All right. You know, the vacuum and the air pressure thing. And then it's like, so the side panels, I'm not allowed to put on any lithium ion or anything. So, but the seats have lithium ion flat packs, okay. And the bottom of it, the bottom of it, and the side, the backs do. So like that way it can still cool, and then same thing with where the cabins are effectively a bunch of lithium flat pack batteries that have like a little roll cage skeleton and some suspension through it, like the little vacuum suspension, right? And what that means is it's able to transfer heat a lot better as a result. The same thing for like the curved little sink. There's a deep little sink, but then it's a split water tank, like an actual split water tank. So it's like first it's filled and it's at the bottom, and then it sucks it up and then goes up to the top, where then it has this wicking effect, so it'll just keep sucking more out as it starts to flow, and it'll go down to like where the sink is. But then that then goes on to the top of the water tank, and it's sealed, and so like that'll drain at the bottom, but then it'll go up to the top. And then it's like you just have to clean it, because it'll do it and then exchange it. You know what I mean? So it's like I put water at the top, I run it through a little bit, and then I seal it off, and then now it's brand new water, right? And then like the bottom is now it's gonna fill, and so like it just exchanges the two. But it's also, you guessed it, batteries that I did that way, along with the diaphragm. Batteries. And the tube, batteries. The sink, the little faucet, batteries. The handle, it's a battery. The bike rack, it's batteries. The tubes for the camper shell, batteries. The rack, they're all encased batteries, so it's not like just batteries, but like they're encased batteries. Like everything has batteries. It's like if the roof rack mount got hurt, it's like then you rolled the vehicle, and you shouldn't do that. But it has batteries in it. It's got a whole bunch of fiber optics, and then it's like, look, these are light storing crystals, effectively. So it's like, this is a fiber optic cable, but then it's like a bunch of like the night glow stuff, and then this is light amplifying stuff. So all that means is light amplifying is like night vision shit, and so it's like, I shall now have more light, and then it's like, this is IR, right? It's like, well, this is how I constructively interfere IR into being natural light, white light. And light amplifying and some storage shit of light, and it's like, here's a couple of LEDs and some reflector shit. It's all I need. I mean it. And guess what? Batteries. Batteries all around. Especially since it's like, well, light doesn't come in from the side windows because I have a bunch of side windows, but I also have a bunch of curtains. So it's like, but batteries for the curtain rack. So, because batteries. I need batteries. I'm going to need so many batteries. The countertop batteries, but plated. You know what I mean? It's a batteries is my cooler and ice. Like that sort of freezer thing. So batteries. Insulated ones, but batteries. It's all battery stuff. The oven, batteries. It's a battery box. Insulated one side, but batteries on the other side. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be warm there, but it's fine because it's going to get cooled. It's within the operating temperature, so it's like whatever. It's batteries. It's electrically resistive heating on an element that then reflects a lot of IR and amplifies IR by having the fiber optic Lorenz stuff for the flat top that it is. No batteries there, except for in between. But that's the heating element. So, but no batteries there. But I have to that kind of thing. But the windows, you remember the curtains? That's fiber optics off to the storage thing for inside. So like natural light inside, much easier. But then it's also like because there's thickness there and like the silicone caulking and all that, whatever you need for like sealing a window. That's fiber optics. That's a fiber optic area. Yeah, no, that's all fiber optics. It's like this is storage of light, but then this is after like a little two-way mirror with a mirror thingy, and then storage, and then then the amplification, and like that then gets sent everywhere else. And then the in-between batteries on the inside, but I'm not allowed to do it on in-between. But then I can put in like this foam, like sound insulating, and then also heat insulated material. But if I do it with the right thickness and the right shapes, it traps like high flow resonant pipes. You know what I mean? So it's like it vibrates, and then it then traps that sound. So it's like really good for heat and sound. So it sounds really nice for all the subwoofer, tweeter, all that kind of thing, the sound that you're going to want, the rear window. Guess what that is? Like it's a projector, and then I also have a projector for when you want to sleep that goes up to the top of the roof there, because it's a mirror. But you just it's just mirror, nothing but mirror. Dude, really dim. It's very dim, but it's a mirror. It's like these like little plastic thin, and then I have a Mylar, and then it's just like white behind that, and it's like, done, mirror. Same thing for like the tent. There's another version of the like little stove with the battery, and then like I can plug it in and all the light, but that's like light comes in, it shines onto it. We try and use IR and microwave, that kind of thing, and then it also electrically resistively heats. Cool stuff. And then I have several different ones. So it's like, I can twist this, and then it opens up the sides, and then it's like, that's a pot, like a little pot warmer. The bottom and the sides both get light, and both from the lid area, but also the sides, and it heats everything up much faster. Great stuff, right? Especially since I drop in this fiber optic, like shiny stuff. It's also a radiator, effectively. So it's like, it shines onto like black, and it's carbon. It's effectively what it is. It's aluminum and carbon. Yeah. Anyways, but then there's fiber optics, and then the lid is like, it heats up, boils the water faster because it inputs it from the sides and the bottom, and then a radiator effectively inside of the water. And then the steam then goes from the sides, and then it gets collected, and then it goes and gets fired back in from the sides for the boundary layer effect and throughout the radiator area. So it's like, removes that, and then it heats it up with steam. Good stuff, I thought. And then same thing for the pan. The pan's another version where it's just like, it's aluminum with steel on the outside, thin steel that's got, nice carbon ceramic, silicon carbon ceramic. So it's very, very heat resistant, but transfers heat pretty well, and that's between the steel and the aluminum. And then the top, which is high temperature silicon caulking, effectively. That's all it is. Anyways, the in part, that's ceramic. So it's like I want ceramics because it's like, well, ceramic is easy. Like stone ceramics blended with quartz is like really really good for not having water or fats adhere to it and be non-stick, but still very tough. No porosity either, which was nice. So you had to mold that, and then like pressure, and then there's electricity. I had to run through it, and like electroplating. So it's like, and then I had to do like this so it was like I had to inject another one and another one, and like run the electricity through. So like, and then it fucking made no porosity, multi-layer ceramic kind of thing that has no stickiness to it. Like there's lipids, plastics, water, static of any kind. There's a really non-stick surface that's super hard and actually fairly thick. I just had to like stick this to the sides underneath, and then like I just bent that over. And then it was on there. I just kind of sealed it by sucking out like around where those bent parts are, and then it's like, and then I just clamped it with like a little ring to ring clamp. Yeah. And it's like, oh, now it's got no vacuum, uh, because there isn't any space in between, so it's a direct contact conductive, transfer of heat. And so now, great, pots and pans. I've got a mocha pot. I made my own kind of style of mocha pot, just because I wanted to. I just wanted to. That's all that was. I have an espresso maker. Cool stuff. Because I wanted one. It's very consistent. It has a nice little draw off, and it has a flow rate and pressure and all this other stuff. And you can set up pressure profiles, all that. And then it's like, there's the very large, insanely big rear. Because it's like, well, there's this is where the AC rear kind of bike rack is. And it's like, right. And so it's like, well, that's the AC, and then like that's also another just suck air in kind of area. Because like that's where and I also have the compressor over here for the van, and like then the IR. You get the picture. It's like I have a lot of AC. There's no more AC I could give a person. I have pumping a fluid around, and it's a phase change multi-fluid. So like Joe Thompson, if you mix certain fluids at various pressures, it'll phase change and it exchanges heat that's stored in there. So it's basically a blend of different gases and liquids that would then exchange IR very well, but also to the atmosphere. Solar panels, great stuff. Another version of the fiber optic thing, and then some mirrors. So it's like I wanted the mirrors because fiber optic, for that, but it's also I don't really want all of that light to heat up my stuff. So there's that, but it's like that'll work, But it's like that's for the solar panels at the top there. But it's like if I curve it slightly, then it's like that's a nice little fiber optic little bastard and a half, And it's like this allows for air to go through and cool off my solar panels. Good stuff, right? I thought so. I have an IR cooler, and then it's like if I put this little piece on the top, that I have to actually go up there with the van ladder that I have, and then I have to add this piece. And it's a mirror, but it's like a multi-layer like plastic mirror thing that turns it into, you guessed it, the right reflective with a little amplification area, stuff, material basically. So the solar panels get the IR that's getting released as received electricity, that kind of thing. And then it's like, well, here's a bunch of stored windmills. I'm not even kidding. There's multiple windmills and some shrouds and stuff. They're all built very well to basically just create like a constant flow and get as much torque after. So it's like suck it in, it spins, it gets medium. So it's like high speed, then to medium, and a longer. It took a while to get it done, but I was done after that. And it's like, this can also be used for water. I just have to put it onto water mode and it changes its pitches for that. It's like, alright, so like now, rivers, you know what I mean? This is done with that. I got my heating plate, where there's a bunch of mirrors, and then it's like, this is a fire, rocket stove fire thing that then exchanges all of its hot gases that it burnt into like the plate that's ceramic and steel and so on. It's like a griddle, you know what I mean? Like, that kind of flat iron stuff. So I'm cooking with light and fire. Yeah, no electricity goes through this. No electrically resistive heating. Because I just don't like it. It's like, I'm gonna make a fire. It's like, why don't you just use this? It'll be hot and it will work. I don't wanna, but I have it there. I never use it, but it's there. But I never use it. It's a flat piece of something, so it's like a slide open bottom and top, and it creates the legs on the sides. As it will then split in half, and then rotate over, and then those will bend in. So it's like they're hinges effectively. So and then like those flip out, like these they slide over, and then another hinge at the bottom, and it's like, oh yeah, no, that's cool, and it's like that little hinge, guess what, that hinges inward, so that way it's flat, so it's like it goes, so you have 4 legs, and then you have a little extender part, and then like that little extender part turns into a flat part that's perpendicular, so that way it's, so like I have a big wide flat base, but then they're adjustable. This was the worst part for me. Alright, I was like, this needs to be on flat ground every time, and it's annoying as fuck, so I hate it. So it's like, it has the little shocks and springs, and it'll lay perfectly flat on everything, and then you just twist this knob, and it's locked. It's like fucking done. You have no idea. I was like so fucking phenomenally pissed after a while of having to fucking set up this shit. But luckily, once I got that, it was just like, oh, this is so much easier. Just lock it in and I'm done. And it was the same thing with the campfire thing. I was like, I stick in a bunch of sticks and twigs and shit and light it and it's like whoosh, and I just pour it in. This is the little like stick adder. It's just automatic dump more sticks in the right way, and it just rocket stoves it. And then all that gas that goes and flows through like the middle part, which is the ceramic flat iron part, and then like that, then it's like an air hockey table. But then it's like there's several like little holes like up and then over branching out together and then to each other, and so it's like a bunch of air hockey. But then it's like not air hockey because it's like it's flat, but then it has air that goes through that, and like little slots and holes. But it's like flat to its version, right? But it's like that oil that's there, right, that you want that oil, okay? You want that conductive. So it's like it'll never produce enough actual air. Like it still goes off to the other side where you're not standing, but you can tell it either way. So like there's that. But anyways, that's another knob. But anyways, what it means is like a little bit of air stays there and it helps, heat it up, but it always goes up. So it's like, it's up and out of the way from you, inwards and up. Like, no smoke coming towards me this time. That's why I did it. Plus, it's also like it's got a non-stick, which is great. Then it's like, it'll have that oil drain off, and then it'll heat up, and then it'll burn oil and blow oil smoke right, like really well burnt, right onto your meat or anything that you're cooking. Good stuff, I thought. And then it's like, you remember those holes? You remember the ceramic? Remember the iron? Here's the sunshade collector thing. It's basically just a umbrella that opens with like an eye in the center, like a flower. And so like that's just a big lens to a bunch of fiber optics that then dump it into this, heats it up, but then it also like shine light through those little holes too. And then I have like this little fucking stupid, top cover kind of off to the side ring thing that you stick onto the sides, and so then it'll aim all of the light around you into this like central like little square rectangle. It's a rectangle. Like, I'm gonna be fucking brutally honest. It's a rectangle. It's a big rectangle, but it's a rectangle nonetheless. And it fires sunlight, and of course it heats it up. You're gonna want that. Anyways, more mirrors, basically, to try and keep light from you getting hurt by it. So it's a two-way mirror, if you don't know. So it's like a mirror little shield area, because like that'll reflect a lot of light. And it's a layer, so that way it's like, alright, so it'll come back in as IR and microwave as it reflects. It's got like little holes along the top and bottom, and then like little grooves that cut in, so that way it cools itself with the air around it. As it'll draw air towards it, it'll cool it. And it's like, there you go. It's light cooking. Lots of cooking for light. And then also, here's the cooking from fire together as one in harmony. And of course, it's in a ring. Like, you can adjust that, the mirror part. So it's like you can reach underneath, and you're not gonna have to worry about your ass getting burnt. You know what I mean? It's like, without that fire, I'm putting the ring on. Okay, I can cook this now. This is fine. Wow. It's a little warm though from the reflection where your arms are. Yeah, those are the longer spatulas I've got. Yeah, good old spatchies and all the rest of it. Yeah, I got it done. It's good to go. Good old fire, just blows in underneath. You know what I mean? Just pour it through with the wood on the sides, and so on. So that'll be fine. I was like, what are you cooking? It's like, well, it maintains whatever temperature you really want it to. Which, that one's pretty fun, for what it's worth. Because it's like, well, this is the transfer, and this is how much air that's going to blow through, right? So it's like, it'll transfer a little bit more. And so, like, that's the adjustment with valves, right, for the one side that's going to drain that heat off. And it's like, this, how much, light energy do you need to concentrate, right? So you can just put the shield for the light and then I'll reflect more light there anyways. And so it's like, well, that'll probably be fine. And it's like, and this is the temperature gauge, and it's like, alright, I'll just adjust it. And it's like, it'll dynamically adjust with this little, like, doohickey I place on the knob for the valve thing, based upon that. And it's like, this is the amount of burning, meaning for the valve area for the bottom here, that it'll do for the campfire, for the rocket stove kind of campfire thing that it's doing. And so it's like, it'll dynamically do that. Of course, heating and cooling isn't super ridiculously fast, but like, you give it like 5 minutes, man. And like, it's done. It's at the right temperature. So it's like, there you go. Just shut up about it or something. So, good stuff. Cooks. It uses the sticks and twigs around you really efficiently. So it burns it coming in, and it swirls it, and then it takes like the ash and everything, and it turns that into superheated, and then the carbon then gets added with oxygen, and then the nitric oxide then has to get fucking broken apart. So it's like, then it goes through a compressive decompressive zone, and it goes boom, and then like that then increases pressure, but it's like Tesla valve thing. So it's like, as air comes in, it's like this then it has that pressure to go into those little areas, and then that sends it off into like the rest of the little spots for the heating of the flat, part that you cook on. And so like that allows for it to constantly maintain all movement pressure stuff to the heat transfer, for that. So it's like it does it very efficiently. Nitric oxides are reduced. They're increased to be reduced. So like they're increased specifically to be reduced by explosive decompression. As like carbon dioxide comes out, there's no carbon monoxide. There's no way for it to do that. But it's like nitric oxide emissions are gone effectively. So that's nice. You know what I mean? And then hydrocarbons, which are, sticks. I know that doesn't sound like that would be the case, but there kind of are. Anyways, gasification also occurs during this, and so it'll burn that, but it's like water also comes out. You know what I mean? So a little bit of water, a little bit of carbon dioxide, a little bit of nitrogen, and no oxygen connected at all anymore. So, just, I guess, figure that part out yourself. But, good efficient burning of fuel, which I like, for heat transfer. Very efficient heat transfer. Incredibly good heat transfer here. I'm seeing a lot of people not like my heat transfer. You have a solar collector. How much do you really need from your solar collector? I remember it was the ring thing, right? Remember the flower? Remember the flower that collects and then goes into all the fiber optic parts? I was like, yeah, that's fine. No, that's not a big deal. That's fine. I don't see a problem at all. And you know what? I can see why you want to know. So this is the valve thing. That's the automatic thing for your little knob for your given. So it's like, less fuel and less light, and it's like, oh, there's not much light. I'm detecting very little lumens here. So it's like, fuck this, more fuel. But it's like it'll collect IR. Just FYI, it will collect IR and constructively interfere that to be as good or IR transfer as it can be, really. So that's the best I've got. Okay, everybody wants so much from me. I can't make a freaking. You know what? You guys suck sometimes. Anyways, it works very well. It's working pretty darn well. I'm just doing a bit. I know that you wouldn't really care. That's pretty impressive. Thank you, man. There you go. But it's that's it's working. It works well. But that was a whole bunch of printing crap and stuff. And making everything fit into this was hard ass work. But it's no, I can store it. I have places this is a high roof, long bed with a camper on top of it, with a bike rack, and on the this is so it's there's a ladder that then will extend off of that, and then full, and so bump and then bump to the ground. So it goes down and then down again, and so it's so you can actually get to the damn camper easier. So it's so fucking tight. For a while, I'm having to go it's this is annoying. Anyways, but lots of windows, lots of space. I've got also basically saddlebags to the size of my van. It's not even a joke. It's look at this. These are my quote-unquote jerry cans. It's they're not jerry cans. Get out of here, all of you. These are my saddlebags. Let's not even kid ourselves. So it's I put a bunch of other, storage in the rear. The bike rack happens there, and then there's more at the top of the front of the vehicle. So it's at the roof, but it's that. And then off the sides, but it's that's for fuel. Honestly, for what it's worth, it's that's fuel and extra water stuff, but then also food, non-perishable food, makes total sense to put there. It was like, that's my pantry. It's also really hard to break in. Like bear claws probably could do it, maybe. Like it's one of those, like I put multiple different layers of woven material and then like formed it with the plastics and the ceramics and the like hard fucking metal shit. So that way it's fine, and it's like it's curved, so that way like it actually helps airflow. It's like you think that like this is the original paint. No, there's a van underneath the exo fucking saddlebag that I put onto this fucker. Like they're all like, and then like bolted in on all of the places I could stay. Like the hood, remember the hood that has holes that are there? Like I had to make those holes get extended through this fucking hood saddle thing. The whole thing. I was like, oh yeah, no, I finally have, you guessed it, room, for the inside. It's like, why do you have stuff on the hood? That makes no sense. Well, you're right. Except I don't really need to see past that point. So I can still see the car in front of me at this point. Like, this is stupid. I don't need that area. So, like, that's now extra space. And that works. You know what I mean? Like, the same with the front, along the sides, the van thing, yeah, the whole thing. And that's also why like there's windows there for the fucking exoskeleton. And, like, that's where all those solar collectors exist. See what I'm saying? And then I also have it on the van itself, too. So it's just like a lot of extra van. Even though it doesn't look like it's going to be much. But then that's because like I have bigger tires. So it's like all of this seems like it's not bigger. But that's just because it's definitely made to look that way. Anyways, fun stuff. Works out. It's scary. I have another solar collector area because I have to put another fucking window that's a longer window. I have a little lens, so it's like there's a bunch of fiber optics and then like a lens and all this other system, so that way the front of the vehicle is like an analog, like, window camera thing. So it's like, then it displays it like that. And it's like, oh yeah, no, I can still see the front. It's like it's not even there. This thing that's definitely there. It's like it's not even there. And now it's a longer, like, anyways, very smooth transition to the top. A whole bunch of other shit. Same thing for the mirrors, because I had to get a bunch of mirrors. And it was like, this was the fiber optics for the rear kind of thing again. So it was like, this is a draft zone. Now it's filled with a bunch of fucking bikes and storage anyway, so fuck it. Right? And it's like, same thing when it comes down to all the mirror things that I had to have. It's like, this is my analog camera thing. And then this is the mirrors. And like, this is my analog camera for the rear. For the rear window thing. And that's it. No fucking trailers ever existed on my stuff. All of it's van. Boom. Just going for it. It's a good thing I have a skeleton for all my weight I have. Yeah, whole thing. I had to fucking stick this together with another freaking bunch of other, like, because I had to do the whole, like, you remember I made my own? Well, now I had an actual fucking roll cage that I had to make next to it, like, nearby. And so, like, this will work fine. This is fucking phenomenally done. And so, like, then, van's done. The van was finally done. Like, that's what it was. It was literally, like, this is, like, all this stuff is taken off, and it's just pure fucking race. And it's like everything gets put on, and now it's just fucking cruise and go live on the van life and enjoy, like, these super cool fucking views. And I've got, like, cooking, I've got cleaning, I've got all the things, right? I could live, I bring people with me, I got a family, I got people that live, like, because this is a multi-layer, so it's like there's a bed there, and a bed in the front, and then I have a bed in the middle, or if you need someone to live there too. Like, sleep there. And then the same thing with the top tent. It's like, that tent's really big, right? Like, stupid large. But it's like, that's not the half of it, because it's like, I also have 3 layers for you to live in. You know what I mean? For you to sleep. So it's like, that is like pretty big, and you can probably fit like a solid 15 people, adult-sized people in there. You know? And it's like, then I have 3 of those layers. Yeah. And a big old long, it was like, front, and it's like, there's another 20 people. And this is still 15, so it's 30. So it's like, I have a lot of people that can fit in this fucker to sleep. It's like, my food storage is wonderful. Look at all of my fucking cooling. Like, look at my tiny little fucking oven and shit. It's just a tiny little fucking thing. But it's like, that's all you get. Because, like, everything else is food storage. And, you know, gas and shit. That's all it's gonna be. Remember that compressor that I used for the super cold air? It has a diverter for my AC. It's not even a joke. It's like, you know, I'm just going to keep that nitrogen. I'm just going to pump more nitrogen in from the outside. It's going to be slightly higher oxygen, but I'm higher altitude anyways. I have it sealed, and this is the valve that's there, so it's always 1 atmosphere inside at this temperature. Then it fires and it's like, and then it'll go over, that kind of thing. So it's always 1 atmosphere inside at the correct, slightly higher oxygen inside. With lots of food, lots of fuel, clothes, water, electricity. Very good crumple zones at that point. Lots of skeleton, you know, roll cage stuff, and then I've got airbags everywhere. I got harnesses, because of course I need that if I'm going to go fucking drag race it, so I've got a wheelie bar attachment area, but I never use it except for sometimes I do, and I'm like really vertical, and I'm really trying to climb, and I have a wheelie bar that attaches, and then and it's like, nope, you're not fucking tipping, you bitch. Just climbing mountains that way. It's like 90% incline, that'll be fine. Yeah! Holy shit. My passengers don't often like traveling with me, but it's fun to fucking freak them. I'm like, watch this. What the fuck? Holy shit. It was like, yeah, no, it's 15 and 15. Well, it's really not. It's more like, well, you know, maybe you could spit like 20 there, and I can get 15. But it's really more like 15 and 10 if you really look at that. With people at the bottom, so I got a solid 4 there. And then I've got, what is that, 45 at the top, yeah, 15, 15, and 15, you know. So it's like, let me just add that up in my calculator here for my computer, otherwise known as my cell phone. It's like 4 plus 20, 15 plus 10 plus 45, which is 74 people, which I could never fit inside. My fucking, there's no way I could fit 74 people in my long, high ceiling, high roof, long bed cabin thing. There's no way I'm fitting 74. There's no way. But at the same time, I could fit 74 in there comfortably. So it's like, let me get your vehicles, guys. You're going to have to figure that one out. But we're going to go over this way. Okay, we'll sleep, yes, comfortably, cheerfully. Yeah. Dick. Ah! It's like almost like a vertical fucking cliff. Meanwhile, they're going the long way. Ding, 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 ding. So that was fun. And then it's like, right, so now we're just camping at the top of this mountain. Oh, are we? Hey, did you bring your coolers? I got food storage. I hiked my ass up there. It's been nice up here. I've had a couple of espresso shots, all of this stuff. You guys coming down? I'll throw you a rope or winch up. Here's like some wheels, little workout. It's a little trailer that folds out. Just throw him a rope and send down the trailer. Boom, 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 boom. And it's like a nice, and it's like, and it slides. And it's like, all right, cool, nice. Just fucking winch them up. They're like, no fucking way. This is comfortable though. I don't have to hike. This is nice though. Do have to steer, but like whatever. And I've got electric motors here. This is helping actually. I like this. Yeah. I'm at the top of this huge mountain. They're like, what the fuck is this? How the hell did you get up here? I'm allowed to go up here. This is the off-road. I'm allowed to be here. That is true, but fucking never thought someone would be doing that. What the fuck? Anyways, I had my nice campfire. I had a great sound system. We all watched wonderful TV. I have like this super cool Elon Musk satellite because that's the only guy that does it. Anyways, I have internet, so we watched cool stuff together, and then actual DVD. In this case, really, we're not doing DVD. Fuck that. We did Blu-ray, and then we did like high bitrate, like definitely legal download. Okay, because we paid for it. It's like fucking full bitrate, all the color stuff. This is a mirror reflector, fucking Jesus Christ lens thing. We project from and then that's what we use to watch, which is also, shocker, this is going to shock you a little bit, a fucking huge diaphragm, like multiple layers of diaphragms, so like that's a big ass speaker. It's a bunch of tweeters and mids and fucking subs, and I have like these like little spinning parts, like I saw this on YouTube. This guy has like this rotary subwoofer, and then like he flips the pitch of the spinning blade, and it creates a subwoofer effect. But it's like, alright, so if I do that, and I have a spin, and then all this, it's like, then I have an undulating, speaker that also, can spin, right? And so then it comes out as, this consistent pressure wave that I'm always looking for, as I'll add it in with constructive pressure waves, and it's like, I have this for highs, lows, and mids. Across the board, and then it's all a bunch of phase stuff that we set up. And it's like, this is the thing where we are. We've set this, and it says this is the distance with light and Wi-Fi crap, and it goes go for all of the things that are the sound. Full 3D. And I have my own little program that changes standard that into actually good 3D. No offense to the other people that do 3D, and they are good. I just I can't use it. You know what I mean? So it's this is the information binary. This is what it means analog, and I have to use that. So it's if I'm going to use it anyways, might as well use it the right way. And it's the seats are also a little bit vibrated, so it's they'll have a physical vibration experience, and then they also, blow air, so that's that as well. Cool stuff. Because it's multiple layers. I have multiple screen fiber optic and then projected things, so it's it constructively interferes and has a 3D experience of you. And there's multiple screens in one, and reflective and coherent, bullshitty things. you know, and then that's a lens in its own right, right? And it has constructive and destructive, and so I was like, I have to program that. It's also its own fucking ginormous speaker, so it's like that also has to be programmed in during those moments for you to see it as a 3D, and it doesn't, you know, shift, right? So it has to diffuse appropriately. So, anyways, it's like it looks amazing. It sounds great. You have wonderful popcorn. I don't do popcorn. I have actual food. These are good chairs for, you know, sitting back and cutting up a steak, or, you know, scarfing down whatever you want. You know what I mean? This is water, though, that we collected from the air around us with a dehumidifier system and condensers and all the rest of it. Which is like, this is like a, you know, a static difference charge thing. So it's like, this is a capacitor thing, and then like that humidity, then that creates water drip thing, and then filter through sunlight evaporative thing, because cooling for solar, anyways, collects water, then remineralization for rocks that I have specifically chosen, along with activated charcoal carbon stuff, you know. So it's like, it's got minerals, and it goes through the carbon, and then it goes through like the minerals. So it's like that's what it sits into. Those are cooled because I drilled through them. I'm not kidding, I drilled through them, and it's like, this is the cool condensed air thing, right, or liquid, and it's like, then that's our chiller. I don't want it to go too cold, so it's like the moment it does that, it then it sends it off to somewhere else. So it's like, it'll fill this huge water basin, and it's like, well, this is over at near the top where the camper is, and so along the sides, and then like towards the, you know, the saddlebag, and then all that, and then I still have the pump for the tanks that are at the bottom, right? So it's like, that's for like washing dishes or taking a shower outside if you want it to be hot, because you can get it hot with sunlight, electrically resistive sort of stuff on you know, tap, basically, you know. So this has a water heat exchanger sort of setup with microwave, and then IR, and then like electrically resistive. So it's like, it'll come out as a big old screen, and we have a nice little curtain, which is actually kind of technically not a curtain. It's more of like a curtain with like slabs that slide out. So it's like they slide out, and then they'll stick down with like little holes at the bottom and at the top, and so they'll stay there. And then like there's a little mat that you can put it on, so that way that none of that, you know, earth is gonna get into your toes or anything. So it's like that, and that'll have like a little platform. So it's like that, and then that sticks over, you know, like it curves out, flares out like a bell end, and that allows for air to come in, and it goes back down towards that, and then it goes up towards the out, you know, top, and then like little holes there. So like, you know, there's like a screen that's there. Anyways, point is, it's a loop and a loop, and then like this just slides over, and then that one slides, and then you like do a little Velcro strap, and then same thing with like the mat. You put the mat down there, you know. Oh no, I do actually collect that water. Just FYI, I do actually do the Matic water collector. It's not a joke. And then I have like, remember that screen at the top? That's another water collector, and then like all that steam, that's another water collector. And it's like, it's gonna go through a filter process anyway, so fuck this. And then like, that's electrostatic charge differences, and then like some goopy, and then like, you know, some dehumidifier, and it collects it back, and then it goes through the whole process. It collects about 98% of all of the water that I use, but now it's just super hot. It's like, if you don't have light though, then it's like, well, that's okay. I still have electrical resistive on tap when necessary, and I still have light, because, you know, LED and so on, with, you know, natural light around us, and then constructive blah blah blah. You get the picture. So, anyways, I collect most of it back. You have a shower. You get a shower. It's a shower. You do. How many times do I have to say it's a shower? That's it. That's all you're getting. There's no bath. Shower. You have to shower. You have to stand and shower. You know what I mean? This is like, No, 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 for real. Shower. Goes from the outside, goes down through the holes, then goes up, then goes back down. That's how the air moves. It's down by my feet where it's warm. No, it's not. What? Yeah, I didn't say anything about it being by your feet. That's where it seals from the sides of the like little plates and then the shower curtain. So, oh, it blows in from the top inwards, down. It goes pretty much towards the middle, and that's it. So it goes in, and it goes in, and then that's it. Because I need all of that to collect. Like I don't want that water to get down there, and it'll plug it up. So it's like it's kind of towards the middle, and then there's like a little overhang. You know what I mean? Like it'll overhang, and so water will drip off of that onto the next area, but it blows down. But then at the top, it can kind of just go like across. You know what I mean? So that kind of thing, and that'll work just fine. Okay, and like now, shower privacy. This is very, very hard to see through material, and very soundproof because it's a good way to put like see through is like it's just opaque. So what that means is like it's plastic with like that little woven stuff, and then it's like mirror on one side, mirror on another side, but it's like you're not going to see the mirrors. So what that means is like you're not going to really see anything coming, from there or anything going in. Like no matter how bright the light shines through, you can't see through it. Okay, yeah, it's big though. It's a big, huge shower waterfall thing, like huge, big thing. Oh, that's nice. I got the curtain there though. Yeah, well, I'll go over the curtain, so no worries. That's why it's like a little Velcro strap. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I like it. It's a nice little constant drippy water pressure because the water's above it, so it's like constantly gonna like send it in. But then we still have a water pump, so. And then that's where the heating part. So they'll heat it as a water block there, and it'll create a given amount of steam pressure, and it'll push water through that steam, and cool that steam, and so it comes out at the temperature that you're looking for, at pressure. That's the pump. Heat is the pump. It just oscillates it. So it goes over to here, and then it goes back, and it goes over to here, and it goes back. So this is kind of what it does. So it opened up, it sealed it off, water goes through the steam area, steam also joins in, and it pushes it in, and then that then has a smaller, and then it goes back down, and so like then it'll go over to there with the water, and then the heat, because it heated up this part, so basically it just constantly goes up and down, and allows for heat and steam and exchanging for electrically resistive heating, and then that's its own version like a valve, but it's constantly got water flow. It does go. So like it'll go around and then through, and then like as it goes, it gets pumped up. That pushes it down. As it goes and gets pushed down, it pushes it back down again, because that's just rerouting. So it's like pressure goes up and then it goes back down over, that kind of thing. But that means it forced water through and exchanged its heat in that area, and steam. You get the picture. Anyways, cool stuff. It's a nice pump. It's all one piece. It's good heat transfer, good pressures. What you're looking for. It's a nice, little shower, and hopefully you get everything done quickly, because while I have a decent amount of water, please realize I don't have that much water. I don't have enough water for 100 people. I certainly don't have enough water for 72 people. I have enough water for like 5, maybe like 12 at most people. So you're gonna have to take showers together or something and make this work out. But it's a big part, little piece. So like you think the plate's like just flat. Well, it's curved. All right, so it's gonna be curved convex style. So that way it sprays out all around the entire area, and it's just gonna be able to be smaller as a result. and it's tall because I'm a tall person, so like I need it to spray out everywhere. So like it's a fairly small little plate, but like that's why it's also got that little diaphragm. And like that's the reservoir of fluid that goes heat exchange. You get the picture. I thought about it because it was like I need to be able to shower. I hated being homeless, living out of my car, and never being able to shower. So it's like I need to be able to fucking shower. I have this little rotating pump too. That's a electrically resistive rotating pump. So it's like it sends water through, and that's the tube that then goes into the diaphragm and uses the heat. And so it's like that can be very slow moving, and then it heats it up, and then it goes into another heat exchanger where it finally allows for a lower pressure. So a phase change, easier to turn into steam, but then it's also going to get much hotter as a result of that area being hotter. And then that also acts as it compresses back down and pumps, it turns it back into a fluid. It also uses the steam pressure above, a whole Stirling steam engine, shower head effectively, heat exchanger, pump. Cool stuff. It sprays like these streams that then are like multiple streams that are next to multiple streams, and so like they hit and then like they spray out little water droplets, and then those are hitting other sprays of water droplets. So, kind of like perpendicular. Anyways, sprays out a nice fine mist of high pressure, nice, very gonna cool off quickly because fine water droplet stuff. So low mass, evaporate kind of thing. But also congeal with bigger water droplets. So it'll be small, fine mist, and then medium, and then bigger, nice coverage, basically. Good pressure too. Feels nice. It feels very much like a good rain waterfall kind of thing. It's warm. Why am I going with this? Because it sucked not being able to shower ever. And so it's like now I have showering, now I have food, now I have like lots of electricity. I can keep getting more electricity. You know what I mean? I have like this whole like refinery thing for one pot for like my fecal matter and any plastic and sticks and all this. And then I'll like use vibrations, light, electricity, and some heat to then produce a bunch of more electricity by making hydrocarbons. So making hydrocarbons, and then like what's left over is a bunch of fertilizer, that kind of thing. So it's like I got a bunch of hydrocarbons. I'll separate it, but it's like I don't really need to. You know what I mean? Like I don't really need to. Like I have ethanols, I have regular nitromethanes. I've got like lots of stuff like that. As long as it's a liquid and it'll work together, now I don't give a fuck. It'll work. Like it just needs to detect what the fuel is, and like that's fine, because that's just field and then size thing. So it's like this is conductivity for field, and then this is like this density, and then this is like good enough for fuel detection. Effectively, that's all that they do anyways. Right, and they're like, no, tell me that's not, and it's like, here's some fuel mixy thing, additive crap, which is literally like I think a couple of carbons and some other stuffs, like benzene or whatever, I forget exactly, but it's like, this will just dissolve into that. Like, if you get the right ratio of this to all of this, this all dissolves into this thing, and it's fine. And so it's like, that's fuel mixed. This is like gonna just test this, air fuel ratio for stoichiometric efficiencies for to get, which is like, okay, so this is a cylinder. I put in this amount, and then this is the air at this pressure. It burnt like this, and it goes through a couple of tests like that, and like that heat and all that, that'll be used, because it's literally like a single cylinder. That's all it is. Like a little, it pushed it down like this, and so I was like, and that's the max. And what do you know? That's air-fuel ratios. That's the stoichiometric mix for proper air, but we want to be a little bit richer, so like we're a little bit richer. To help with cooling. And now it's done. That was a generator anyways. I was going to use the electricity because, batteries and people have to live with this camper. So it's like, gonna do it, Might as well use a generator as an air-fuel ratio tester. Anyways, that finally got finished. Finally. And people were so angry about it for a while. But it's like, hey, guess what? I've been here for like a fucking month. I already had more than enough fuel and like electricity for what it's worth. But it's like, I'm going to top that up. Fuck it. And I cleaned all this. There's no brush fire problems. None of that. I've got here's some extra fertilizer for all of you. You're gonna love that. Here's some extra water I didn't even need. Just cause. Here's some fucking seeds, sprout babies. You know what I mean? And it's like, all right, let's go. And it's like, I've got my fuel. I've got extra electricity. Everything's topped up. Let's go. It's like, meanwhile, I shall bring you down to there, and then you are no longer able to use this winch and trailer combo thing. So have fun with that. Yeah, I'll go to your vehicles. I'm sure nobody took anything for what it's worth. Anyways, now me, let's just regenerative braking, right? Pop the freaking wheelie bar in the front. I can do that. It's like, this is fun, isn't it, guys? Like, this is really great. The wheelie bar has wonderful tires with regenerative braking too. So it's like 90%. Like, it's really kind of a 70 if I'm being honest. Yeah. Nice suspension and everything. Just really giving it the old I'm going to get down there. I can go a little faster for what it's worth, but I'm not going to. Jeez. Alright, there we go. Let's fucking and stick that, and so it's like a telescoping pole, and it goes in, and it folds, and that sticks to the little saddle thing, and then the little tube holder. So it's like, let's go. And it's like, wee! See you later, suckers! I'll meet you at the hotel or wherever we're gonna meet up at, I guess. Anyways, got a nice group of people that I'm living with. That's fun stuff, in my van. You're doing the van lifestyle. It's kind of more of a bus at this point. I'd probably prefer a bus at this damn point because it's fucking tiny. I prefer a bus. I basically made an exo fucking saddlebag for my van. You know what I mean? It's like, what is the city? Okay, whatever. It's a van. The van. It's the van concept. So there you go. But that's from the 3D printed composite 3-combustion opposed piston with rocket injecting technology with the hydraulic fluid turbine ram crankshaft. This is the long thing that I recorded for that. This is several fucking recordings. This is not about just that. Damn it. I'm just gonna fucking post it. I don't care. I don't care. someone will have to listen to more than 4 hours and 30 minutes of this shit. And then they'll get everything they'll ever have wanted out of that. And they're looking for a van life and shit. I doubt they'll ever look at it as like, 4 hours, 4.5 hours, 4 fucking hours, 40 minutes, whatever, to give someone 5 hours, screw it, you know what I mean? I have 5 hours to give someone. And I've got a long commute somewhere, just fuck it. Or I just want to, you know, whatever it is, right? Say it's fine, you know. Fucking hell. It'll work. But there it is. That's how to make a 3D printed single cylinder post piston design with effectively dirt, rocks, so a lot of caulking and sheets of metal. And all the rest of it to make way too much power at all. Like honestly, this is insanely high power. Yeah, but here's how to make it for your bike too. And your bike, hopefully the frame and everything will handle this. But this is how you can do it, so that way it will handle this, hopefully. You know, hopes. All right, bye.